It's a Victory Friday in the break room. 96.5 WCMF. Sorry, I'm burping.
Sorry.
How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
See, I got in here because there's a lot to get to today.
Oh, yeah.
Everything happened last night. Everyone's dragging ass from staying up watching that game. If you are just waking up, a big Bills 31-10 win in Miami, and it wasn't even that close, really. They didn't have to do anything after the second drive of the second half. But I still have half of my fruit salad that I haven't finished yet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just trying to, I'm trying to choke down my watermelon. Got to make sure I get my fruit in before the show starts.
What was preventing you from getting your fruit in?
Well, I was
too much. Why are you eating it right now?
Yeah.
I don't know, actually. I saw it, and I just went for it.
Right.
It's hard to not eat watermelon when watermelon's sitting out.
I do like me some melon.
Yeah, but you spit out the seeds.
Normally, I do.
Hey, we're talking melon over here.
Ooh.
Couple of melon guys.
Oh, yeah, I can't talk about melon.
No, you can't.
Normally, I get the seedless watermelon, but a nurse that works with my wife, she grows her own watermelons, and brought my wife.
Wait, you got a melon connection?
I do have a melon connection. Pure, uncut.
Homegrown melons.
All right.
But she grows melons with seeds, and my wife's like, well.
From the seed.
Yeah. And my wife's all excited not only because it's, from one of her coworkers, but also like free watermelon. It's like, this is great. I get to spit out seeds and save a solid $7.
Can you pick something to eat that's not like awkward for your coworkers to watch?
What's wrong with eating
Because
watermelon?
you got to regurgitate your seeds, man.
You're either spitting out seeds, licking your yogurt top.
Are you taking those seeds home?
I think put a pin in that because I want to. I think this needs more discussion.
Okay.
Later
It does.
next week.
All right.
Okay. All right. That being said, what a night last night.
Oh, yeah.
We will get into this game as we move on throughout this Victory Friday here. But I want to bring up, I was out at Bill Gray's tap room in Shiloh last night.
Yeah.
And I've said it before, I'll say it again.
Say
It
it.
is, in my opinion, the best place to watch a game in Rochester. Not just because they got the projection screen, TVs all over the place. Not because the food is delicious and the drinks are great. It's the people there.
Oh, yeah. People
people.
make a place.
Well, look, it's my old stomping grounds. West Side people are good
Sure.
people.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm taking in the scene last night. Place is packed. And what I realized is that bar is a bunch of people who don't know each other, who know each other.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. They're all of like mind.
And they all get along, and everyone's like hanging out and talking.
Yeah.
Like you
It's
got
a neighborhood pub.
Yes,
basically.
exactly. Yeah. But like it had a very Cheers vibe to it.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was thinking of.
Everybody knows your name, but
Jimmy doesn't know what we're talking about.
I know Cheers.
have you ever
I was
watched
here for the tail end.
What were you, 3?
Yeah, but I remember the reruns were always on.
All right.
I mean, you
Three-year-old
asked.
watching Alcoholics.
And like I'm as the game is on, like
Yeah.
I'm standing in the back of the room watching the game. Everyone's doing their thing. It was nice to be home,
Sure.
and it was really cool to watch everybody like getting along and interacting, right? Because that's not the most common thing nowadays.
Oh, yeah.
And it got me thinking. Tom,
What's that?
Well, you consider yourself somewhat of a bar expert,
Well, I spend a lot of time and money in them.
and you spent a lot of You've been in bars in every state in America,
Pretty much.
traveling the country.
Yeah.
Are you the type of guy that wants an everyone knows your name bar? Everyone wants to talk and hang out and laugh and have a good time? Or are you I want to be alone in the dank, nobody talk to me bar?
I think I'm a danker.
Yeah, you're definitely a danker.
Dank, drank.
Dank, drank?
Dank, drank.
Danky dranky.
Yeah.
Kimmy, how about you?
Oh, she dank.
I
No,
get
I don't think so.
I get into different moods. I think I'm more of a social person. Like if I make the decision to go out and drink, I think I like the social interaction.
Because like it's weird. I understand a little bit the draw of the dank drank. As you
Yeah,
call
I
it.
mean, I like to be by myself.
I understand, but you could also do that at your house.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but when I was out, I still would do that. I would still seek, be alone.
Yeah, I do. Like here, walk through this with me, okay?
It's called alcoholism.
No, I understand.
It just wants to take you alone and kill you.
But like, walk through this with me, right? All right. So like, you enjoy drinking Jameson.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So a bottle of Jameson is about you can get 7 shots of Jameson for a whole bottle at the liquor store.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
yeah,
Fair
yeah.
enough.
Yeah, you're paying a $200 marker.
Exactly. So that $200 marker
Oh,
is the most
200%.
expensive Jameson you ever had.
Percent.
$200 a shot.
I'm not going mad.
Gold Jameson. Dang, Gold Jameson. If you don't want to socialize,
Yeah.
right, and all you want to do is get drunk, why leave the house?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I do like going out to those types of bars. I was telling Kimmy, even when I was on my vacation just now, my wife wanted to do some shopping me not so much. So I found this little place, and I went in there. It was very quiet. There was only about 10 people in the joint at the time. And I sat there at the bar and had lunch by myself. And I interacted with the bartenders.
I said words to the boy. Yeah, because you got to order a drink.
But they were kind of funny.
Okay.
They were kind of they were Southern. They were a couple of, I will tell you this. There were a couple old barflies that were bartenders, and they were hysterical.
Okay, but
that means you kind of like the social interaction.
No,
then.
Like that I did.
No,
but
hold on. You're missing what he's saying. I'm sorry. I need to translate Tommy to Kimmy language. He's not saying he enjoyed talking to them. He's saying he enjoyed judging them because he thinks he knows where they come from, and he thinks that he's better than they are.
They were trashy women.
There you go.
But they were trashy, but they were nice people. And they were talking very inappropriately.
Trashy people are nice people, too,
They
Pat.
are. They are. And they were talking very inappropriate, which I thought was hysterical. And they apologized. But I sat there and I had a beer and a Jameson for lunch, and I really enjoyed myself by myself.
Oh, I mean, look, I'm not judging you for.
And then when I tell my wife this, though, she's like, "Oh," I go, "No, it was really nice. I mean, no, it was great." And she's not getting it.
252 WCMF, the Dank Drank versus the neighborhood pub. And I think you put it perfectly, right? Everybody knows your name. You're hanging out. You know when you walk in. So, look, I like the Dank Drank idea, right? Like, if I'm...
You're just tucked in a corner and you're watching the whole scene.
But, like, last night I forgot, because, I don't really go out to the bars so much anymore.
You can't.
And if I do, with the kids and everything, and if I do, it's to watch a sporting event, right? But, like, yesterday was a long day at the show. My daughter had a tennis match, right? So I went right from the tennis match to Bill Gray's and get ready for the game.
He doesn't like to complain.
No, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, like, it was one of those things where we pulled to the parking lot and, like, just like I felt like my battery was at like 10%, and I'm like, all right, we're gonna do this, and then I get to go home after the game and go to sleep. And the second I walked in, I was alive again.
So it was uplifting.
Yes, like the energy in the room. Yeah, it brought me
back. It has
back.
to be how Christians feel when they go to mass or to church.
Yeah, they do say that the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Shiloh is the church of the West Side.
It's full of spirits.
Go home. Look, now you made me touch my watermelon on the table. I can't eat this.
Oh, it's contaminated.
It's contaminated with your own
slime.
germs.
Oh, no, that's a problem.
Oh, you just splattered it all over the wall, you idiot.
How did you do
That's
that?
That's going to stain.
Oh, crap.
This is why we can't have nice things.
It looks like somebody threw a tampon over there.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Oh, it's
tell me
well, I know, but it looks like guts.
That's what I mean,
man. It looks like guts. What are you, 7? Ew, he puked. It looks like guts.
It looks like Giner guts.
I'm 7.
You started that. You started it.
You started Giner guts.
If you
did. You added the Giner.
Aren't they playing Giner Guts on the B right now?
Yes, they are. I love that kid.
Well, winner of a third ACM this year, Giner Guts. I want to thank the Bill Gray's Tap Room for all the spirits. 252 WCMF 252-9263. The social bar versus the Dank Drank. But what I'm getting at with what I was saying last night is it's hard to know when to and who to interact with when you're at the Dank bar. Because you're right. There are those times where all of a sudden, like, you're hanging out by yourself and a conversation will start. Yeah. And it's like, oh, this is fun.
But now I'm trapped with this person and I don't know where this is going.
No, there's that.
Yeah.
There's also the fear of starting a conversation with someone in the Dank Drank who doesn't want to have that conversation.
Yes.
Whereas, like, a place like, Bill Gray's where I was last night, everybody wants to hang. And I know that I can start a conversation with anybody and they want to have that conversation.
Nice. That's right, but if you want.
I'm just saying it cuts down on the social awkwardness of maybe this person doesn't want to hang. You know what I mean?
It's more of a party.
Okay, now you sound like you're judging me, like I'm like some simpleton. That kind of feels that way.
No, I can't control how you feel.
Wait a minute. Do you look down on people that need social interaction at a bar?
No, I'm actually jealous of them.
Oh, Liz, do you hear this right now?
I can't.
Do you hear this right now?
I know. Why are you being nice?
No, he's not. I'm actually jealous of you.
I'm very jealous of those people.
I wish I was naive
I wish I could drink
enough.
at that level.
I wish I was naive enough where I could turn my brain down enough to be just like you. I wish I could be like the ignorant. They seem so happy. You're such a dick.
Those places, I'm just not as comfortable in those places.
I don't know. See, I would think... I'm kind of like you, where like I feel like all of us in this room, like we're not always the most social.
Yeah.
Or it's not something we seek. Mm-hmm. But I like when I walk into a place like Three Heads, like I'm excited to see people I know.
Great example.
And I'm not usually like that, but there are certain bars and breweries and stuff that bring that out in you.
But like
and it could just be at certain places.
Three Heads is another perfect example of you could walk in that place, not know anybody,
right.
and you know everybody.
But
right?
those owners kind of make it that way.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys are awesome at making you feel comfortable.
No, they do make it that way. Like Jeff, when you walk in at the door, will grab you and be like, "You're gonna be nice.
Yeah.
You're gonna talk to everybody."
Big burly man.
Yeah, I'm 6'5", monster, giant beard. Be nice and you talk. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Like the hardest part about it is like if you live here in town and you like to go out and have a good time every once in a while, you know which bars are which.
Sure.
You know which bars, if you want to be dank drinking, where to go. If you want a social evening, where to go. It gets rough when you go on vacation or you're like traveling for work.
But when I find those places that I like the place I just described, I love that place so much. I realized this place was open all day. It was open for breakfast.
Okay.
When you say you realized, like you
Yeah,
kept going back.
I didn't realize. So I went to this bar and I had it, my lunch and my drinks, and then I walked past it in the morning to get coffee. And I go, holy Christ, that place is open now. It's 6:00 in the morning. It's open.
Tommy.
Oh yeah.
It's Jameson.
Bro,
come get.
I could have.
I can't believe you didn't.
I know you were on vacation.
I can't. Yeah, but no.
Oh,
I can't slide back to the hotel.
Super changed. I got married and I'm scared of my wife because Tommy 10 years ago would have went and had a whole bottle of Jameson at 6:00 in the morning, but I won't now because I'm a scared ass bitch. You bitch ass bitch.
I'm trying to. I don't want to die.
No, you're doing a great job. I love how the other day you sit here. We talk about alcoholism and how you're obviously an alcoholic trying to get other people to stick around with you. When we were talking, Kimmy, about the bar with no beer in Batavia, right? The bar with no alcohol. And you loser.
The no fun bar.
Says man who won't drink Jameson at 6 in the morning.
I used to.
Puss. Oh, there's time.
It looks like a lot of fun.
There's a timestamp on when you can drink Jameson.
I don't want to show back up at the hotel reeking.
Just brush your teeth real quick.
She's up.
Make her.
I go, hi, honey, how are you?
Were you
put up for coffee?
Were you brushing your teeth, or were you trying to get free Jameson?
Yeah, that was very aggressive.
Would that work?
Like Kimmy, your husband seems like the most social person.
Yeah,
of
I
anybody
know he
in this
loves
room.
it. He loves. I feel like everywhere we go, my husband will see somebody he knows, and it's not even just like a brief, like, "Hey, how are you?" Like we will sit down with everybody that he knows there. Like it is now like. These are people we're hanging out with.
It doesn't sound like that's something you always enjoy based on the way you described it.
Well, no, I mean, it's just not like normally if I see somebody, like I don't want to interrupt their good time.
I don't want to bother you. I'm kidding. Guys.
I just don't automatically assume like, oh, we're both here. Now we're all here together kind of thing.
All right. That is the one
I didn't know we were joining groups.
That is one thing that'll suck if you go to one of those social bars, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like somebody that wants to hang, that not that you don't want to hang with them, but you don't really want to hang with those people.
Yeah.
We both came here not knowing each other.
And they're doing their own thing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But no, Kimmy's right. Like every once in a while, you will have a joining of parties, much like I imagine Native Americans would join tribe when they came across each other back in the day, right? But
hey, got a table. Come sit.
Exactly.
Like, well, now I gotta come sit.
But there's going to be some people there you don't know.
Yes, they're always
And out of that group, there's going to be one person you're not going to like. I mean, it's just the law
just
of
gonna
averages.
rub you the wrong way.
But it's a law of averages. Mm-hmm. One person at that table, you're going to go, oh, God, why do you hang with this idiot?
Yeah, but I feel like you and I have a very special skill.
Yeah, we're dicks.
Much like Liam Neeson in that movie. What was it? Doesn't matter.
I don't know. Taken.
Yeah, thank you. We can subtly hurt someone's feelings where it's not obvious, but we can also shut them up.
Yeah.
Right? Which is look, if you can learn that skill, it will benefit you in ways you cannot imagine.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
It's nice to have in the pocket.
Like, it's nights like last night that make me miss being younger, where I was able to go out and be free and have fun.
Yeah.
And it also makes me look forward to getting older when the kids are out of the house. And I know, don't call me and be like, you're going to miss it, because I know I'm going to miss it, right? But, like, it was the most interesting mixture last night of guys in their mid-20s and below. Yeah. They're with, like, their girlfriends, hanging out, having a good time. And guys that were 50 and above, whose kids are out of the house, they ain't got no responsibility.
We're also having a good time.
Bro, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And what's funny is both of those groups are intermingling and hanging out. Like, you know, we joke all the time about these stories we see on the show about, you know, how all old men hate all teenagers, and it seems that way. Yet, inside a bar like that, it's hard.
But you're talking about
more like
guys
a neighborhood spot.
But I'm saying, like, you're talking about guys in their 20s and guys in their 50s. It's like having a baseball bat that has 2 sweet spots on it. You know what I mean? You're going to connect, man.
That is the most brilliant thing you've ever said. All right. It is a post-game victory Monday here in the break room on CMF. Rumors of the Bills' demise may have been greatly exaggerated.
They were killing the Dolphins on the broadcast last night.
I mean,
at the end, they were literally subtly insulting their stars on the sideline.
I wouldn't want to be a Dolphins fan this morning.
I wouldn't want to.
I've never
Based on
seen
everything
that
happened.
What, like insulting the whole?
Then they go, look. He goes, look at them. They're sitting on the sideline. They're not even engaged in the game. They go, look
like
at the
they gave up.
Bills. The Bills are here. They're hungry. These guys are like done.
So you're referencing what colorman Kirk Herbstreit was saying about Tyreek Hill, but he's right.
Yeah.
He's absolutely right. I mean, like, you got Waddle, the wide receiver, and Tyreek
They're
Hill.
sitting side by side. They're like they're bored with their loss.
And you're down 3 touchdowns. I mean, he's right. Like, I mean, look, give Josh Allen credit for one thing. One thing. When things are going poorly, he's always the guy in the front.
Yeah.
And he's always slapping people on the ass. Yeah, exactly. No, you're right. But that being said, what the Bills did last night cannot be overstated how unbelievable that was. Not just for the final score, not just for what they did to that team. They completely dismantled that team in every aspect of the game.
Name 5 guys on defense.
Thank Kimmy. Kimmy, what the hell? I mean, the injury bug
I was
bites
like,
us
oh,
again.
No.
Oh, no, yeah.
Oh, it's over.
Kimmy, let's just put it this way. You can argue the MVP of that game, the man who was the MVP of that game last night, arguably the MVP, did not have a statistic in the NFL last season, and he's not a rookie.
Oh. All right.
And he just came out of nowhere. He just came completely out of nowhere. Oh, no, by the way, hey, national television, here's who I am now. We'll get to that. Tommy made his picks.
Oh, boy.
You feeling good, right?
What did I say?
Not
Epic
right.
Thursday night.
No, that's the we have you on tape saying what was going to happen, and that's not what happened.
Epic.
It's not what
One
happened.
for the books.
Okay.
One for the ages.
So we'll get to a Muley post-game excuse Friday.
Okay.
Just after 7:45. And our good buddy from Miami, man. Miami Dan, they call him.
By the way, did you see his outfit on TV last night? What did he go by, the Miami Vice store before he went on air? Hey, give me the tightest thing you got. I've never seen a wetsuit sport coat. That thing just reeked Miami, man. I could smell his cologne through the TV.
From 13 Web, our good buddy and the Buffalo Plus YouTube channel podcast, Dan Fates, live from the Sunshine State, just after 9 o'clock here in the break room.
He looked like Gloria Esteban's gardener.
Is Gloria Esteban neighbors with Gloria Estefan?
Whatever she is.
Gloria Esteban. She's this coke dealer / singer. And I got it wrong because that's Escobar. We're all idiots. We're all idiots in this room. Plus a whole bunch more this morning. But first, Tom.
Yeah.
It was around this time yesterday. We told you guys about a shocking crime in Ogden. A charity that was ripped off.
Oh, yeah. I like this guy's classic.
Well, I mean,
I kind of thought this may happen, but it was even better than I predicted.
Wait, you don't have any sympathy here at all?
No, man, because somebody lying their ass off.
But no, I mean, it makes sense.
The way they show where it was originally sitting.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There's no way you could mistake it for anything else than what it was.
All right, look. Everything is back to the way it was, and we have a note from the suspect that we will read to you next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It was Ravi Shankar. You don't believe this guy?
I don't believe this guy.
You don't believe? I'm asking. You don't believe what this man is saying now that everything is back the way that it's supposed to be in Ogden outside of this charity?
Man,
it makes the most sense.
Oh, I thought you were throwing it out.
I mean, look. There are people who do this as a hobby to make some side money. It's not out of the question. I mean, Kimmy, like we talked about it this time yesterday. Other than that, what excuse would there be for taking something?
I have no idea.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. It is a victory postgame Monday just after 6:45. What the Bills did last night is it might be the most amazing game we've seen during the Josh Allen, Sean McDermott era.
Wow.
Not only for going on the road in the short week, winning on a Thursday night. Not only because of the injuries that they not only had going in, but happened during the game.
You're playing with scraps.
And the scraps showed the F up. And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here on a postgame Monday on CMF. Yesterday, around this time, we talked about the Pirate Toy Fund out in Ogden. You guys are familiar with the Pirate Toy Fund.
Gary the Happy Pirate. Come on.
You got it. It's existed for decades, and Gary passed away a few months ago, right? But the charity goes on, and outside of the facility that they have,
like their headquarters.
Out in Ogden, there is a cartoon pirate statue.
Yeah.
Very cute.
Right by the door.
Yeah.
And it greets the children.
It's like 4 or 5 feet tall. And yes, when they were talking about this on 13 Wham the other day, they said that is like their mascot.
Yeah.
Makes the kids feel good when they're walking in. Surveillance video showed on Tuesday a man in a red pickup truck who looked to be in his 40s or 50s taking the pirate, throwing it in the bed, and taking off. And the folks at the Pirate Toy Fund were devastated. Yeah. They went on the news. They put the surveillance video out. They were asking anybody that can help to help, and they needed their pirate back. It was a kick in the you-know-what.
Yeah.
So yesterday around this time, we kicked around the room for what reason would someone want this pirate statue? Because, Kimmy, it didn't look like it was made out of metal.
Yeah, we were like, there's probably no value to it. It just seems like something that you'd want either as a prank or just to have for yourself.
Just say you grabbed it as,
It's like a silly statue.
But it's an adult, so that didn't make a lot of sense, right? I mean, it's a charity, so you don't want to steal from a charity.
No.
And then the most interesting part of this whole thing, and I brought it up yesterday, a lot of the folks that work at and volunteer with the Pirate Toy Fund are former cops. So you stole.
Yeah.
Okay. Yesterday, thank goodness, the pirate statue showed back up again outside of the Pirate Toy Fund offices. And along with the statue, there was a note.
Yeah, what did it say?
I will read you the note. This is on 13 Wham. It is from the person who stole the pirate statue. Yeah. You ready? Quote, I truly apologize for taking the pirate statue. I was truly unaware the pirate had any meaning. I thought it was being left out to be discarded. I was shocked to learn of its purpose as I thought it was being thrown out. Please accept my apologies for this misunderstanding. I am glad this matter was able to be resolved.
What?
I resolved it. All done.
Kind of did. Did he not resolve it?
No, because that
he still
letter
took it.
doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean?
So he said, he said it wasn't, like he couldn't understand why the pirate was out in front of that building.
Yeah, he thought it was being tossed.
I thought it was being left out to be discarded. I was shocked to learn of its purpose as I thought it was being
thrown
there.
Okay. You couldn't figure out the purpose of a pirate statue in front of the Pirate Toy Fund building.
I mean, maybe
he couldn't make that connection?
It was in front of a door.
That says this is what this, and it's not on the curb. It's by the door.
Listen, did the guy do the right thing? Yes.
No.
Was his intention behind it initially that? Probably not.
No guy writes notes.
What?
First of all,
okay.
Guys don't write notes.
God, put that on a T-shirt.
No
Sell
man.
At the rock shop.
No man who drives a pickup truck has ever written a note of apology or thank you.
So you don't
the
think
best he's going to give you is a nod or a half wave. That's built into the manual of every Ford F-150. So what happened was he got home with that thing.
Yeah.
He thought it was going to be funny. His wife made him write that note and march his ass and his pickup back to that building.
Once he saw the footage.
Now look,
this is old lady. He don't watch the news.
I didn't think about the old lady. Well, what 50-year-old guy in a pickup truck? Don't think he watches
He's a working
the news.
man. He's too busy stealing.
You know he was getting screenshots of himself from everybody that recognized him in that video.
So look, I don't want to support Tommy's theory, but I'm looking at the note. It's handwritten on a piece of loose leaf paper.
And that's a dude's handwriting.
I thought it was a chick's handwriting.
It actually looks like a child's handwriting.
No, but it's got the bubbly letters.
I don't know. I think that's a guy's
bubble
writing.
letters?
Dudes don't write bubble
She would
letters.
write
they
a better
don't.
letter.
No, it looks like half cursive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's a guy's writing.
Okay. Look.
Working hands don't cursive.
Get out of my face. Working hands don't cursive.
Yeah.
Did you know that's a number 3 on the country charts right now? Are you aware of that?
It should be.
Try that on a small piece of loose leaf paper. All right, so whether your theory is correct, whether it is not, now comes the decision of what to do.
Okay.
Because you have the pirate statue back, and everything you wanted is here.
Mm-hmm.
You also have surveillance video of this man and a
Yes.
picture of his truck. So
Do something if you want.
exactly. If you wanted to find this guy, you can probably find this guy. Tommy, do you think this man should be caught and punished?
No.
Oh, shut up! You sit here and you go, let me tell you.
He didn't write the note.
What a mistake. Let him go. It's fine.
I mean, what are you going to do to him? I mean, fine him maybe, I guess. You're not going to lock him up.
Lock him up.
Lock him up.
Well, no, if you go through this whole little speech that you went through that he's full of crap and he deserves to be punished for stealing a charity statue.
I mean, at the most, slap him with an appearance ticket and a fine.
Okay.
I mean, that would be the most I would think he deserves.
I mean, look,
But the public shaming in the note is enough.
well, it's not public shaming because you don't know who the guy is.
But people who know him know him.
But here's the problem. He looks like every dude in his 50s on the
Yeah.
west side.
Yeah.
Right? Like every man over 45 that lives in Ogden.
Because you really can't see him, right? I mean, it's a security camera.
Yeah, but I'm sure if you live there, you know who the guy is.
Yeah.
Okay, no, but that's 5 guys that I know that my dad knew back
well,
in the day.
one with a specifically written that on the fire department
truck?
as truck.
No, actually, 60% of men have fire truck written on the side of their F-150s right now. So the executive director of the Pirate Toy Fund, his name's Otto Harnischweger. He had this quote yesterday, and I got to give props to the Pirate Toy Fund. They're always very cool about stuff that happens like this.
Yeah.
Quote was, our goal is to hopefully find this individual, and if they do need help, get them help so they won't do this to somebody else. So it doesn't sound like they want to punish him.
Yeah, they're going to press charges.
Unless this is like a trap.
Oh.
Hey, man, we just want to help you. I got you.
Well, maybe, hold on. How about make him volunteer?
That's what I was
At
thinking.
the toy drive.
Like,
Yeah, no,
you have
that's-
to do so many hours with the toy drive.
No, a really bright idea would be to put a guy who has already stole something in a big warehouse full of toys.
You think he would do it again? After
don't
it seemed
think
like
he's
he
that
felt
guy.
pretty embarrassed.
Or he knew he was going to get caught and was afraid he was going to get in trouble. Wait a minute. Now I'm switching to your theory and you're arguing with me. You don't put a criminal in a volunteer situation
No,
with
but,
free stuff.
but they
don't
do
know.
that. They make
Yeah.
you volunteer. Like, when
Maybe
you
he
do
doesn't-
community service, you got to
Yeah.
go work at the zoo. You got to go to pick up the trash.
Yeah, what are you
going to
do? You're going
clean
to
things.
stick the monkey crap in your pocket? Take it all home you want.
He's got to stack the toys.
I was gonna say, I'm sure there's stuff he could do that maybe doesn't even involve like the actual toys, stuff that he could steal.
Look, I guess it all comes down to if they believe or not. He took that thinking it was being thrown away. Because if he took it thinking it was being thrown away, fine, that community service works. But then again, he didn't do anything wrong. He was a real mistake, so you shouldn't punish him. If he stole it, like you said, Tommy, he actually stole it. You can't put him in a place where he can just stick stuff in his pocket or bag and leave.
I don't think he's going to do that. I really don't.
Okay.
I mean, you think he's like a klepto, maybe possibly, or he likes stealing?
That's the argument you just made.
I don't think it's at that level.
He stole a cartoon pirate statue that has no value to anybody outside of the pirate.
I
Toy
think
Fund.
he did that as a gag.
Oh,
I don't think he's like going to go steal from children toys.
you mean like a giant toy-looking pirate statue intended for children?
They're taking the statue, stealing the toy.
Are you doing Bernie Sanders? Your voice is a little shot.
It's kind of.
252 WCMF 2529263. Again, the Pirate Toy Fund statue that we told you about yesterday that was stolen has been returned along with a note. It's also funny too because they show the statue the way it was found with the
Yes.
note. It's like around its neck, like it's ransom.
Yes.
But again, the note from the guy said essentially, I thought it was being thrown out. I was just taking it because I didn't think anyone wanted it. I'm really
I think
sorry.
that was the
I gotta
Lindbergh
know.
baby defense, right? Oh, I thought you were throwing that baby out there, Charles.
Kimmy doesn't know what that is.
I didn't hear what you said.
The Lindbergh
sorry.
baby?
I think I do. I don't know. Maybe.
Give it a shot.
Anyways.
No, it's the first baby ever made out of cheese.
I don't know.
The baby stunk. You stink, baby.
Kimmy's mad at us. She's
Why
trying
are you so
Kimmy,
mad?
Kimmy is trying to say something. Kimmy has a point tonight.
I know you don't listen because you repeat everything I say 2 minutes later.
I listen all the time.
You did it again this morning,
you
but
did,
we'll
actually,
blow
you did.
past that.
Are you mad at that melon joke?
No.
No, you did.
This was before the melon joke.
The melon joke was good. Don't blame the melon joke.
I gotta know if there's footage of this guy returning the statue. Like, when did he do
has
it?
To be.
Did he just walk in there with the note? Did he try to do it like in the middle of the night when nobody was around?
He would almost have to because they just found it. Right,
when was this recovered?
No, that's a great point because if he put it back where it was, there would be surveillance video of it. And yeah, it doesn't sound like anyone
Unless he had
interacted.
somebody else do it for him.
Because he didn't bring it back in broad daylight. Like, oh, hey, it was me. I'm sorry. I thought this was like just junk. He slinked back in, dropped it off, and then split.
All right, look. In the defense of this guy, one final defense before we move on, I'm looking at his fire department pickup truck with the name spray painted out. And in the back of the truck, before he puts the pirate in, there's a bunch of junk.
Yeah, there is.
So it looks like this guy's a junker.
Yeah.
I think it was a mistake.
Yeah, but those guys like know their business. Like they're good at like knowing what's at the curb to be thrown out and what's not.
If they were good at knowing what junk was, you'd be in the back of one of those pickup trucks right now.
How do you know I wasn't in one?
Matt.
Funny boy.
Let's take a break. I still cannot believe what we witnessed last night.
What a game. And I called it, man. I said this was going to be a game of the
No, you called the opposite of this, but that's we got a lot.
What do you mean the opposite? I got half right.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
You did.
Okay, we're not doing your picks yet, stupid. That's at 7:45.
I'll be here.
Get in the back of the pickup truck with the rest of the junk. We are looking at a new Bills team. And I know there were people that were trying to go glass half full all summer long as things were happening. Like, maybe it's addition by subtraction. And it was like, okay, it's kind of hard to see. Gimme. Last night, what that Bills offense and defense was able to do, that sure as hell looked like addition by subtraction because all of the fears we had about this roster may have been wrong.
It made you put a lot. If you're questioning the coaching staff before, I don't have any questions for them anymore. I think Miami got out coached.
No, he's still getting out coached.
That kid looked lost.
He's waking up. McDermott's in his face, screaming over his head.
He looked like he was trying to find out who stole his skateboard.
We get into it next on a post-game victory Friday here in the break room. WCMF.
Handoff goes to Cook, and a work through the middle, through a hole, and into the secondary. 30, 25, 20, 10, 5, flips into the end zone for the touchdown. 49 yards for James Cook, his third touchdown of the game. Oh, my.
Oh, my.
Yeah, that flip was definitely FU.
It was a flip you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rumors of the Bills' demise have been greatly exaggerated. And Tommy, last night wasn't a win. It was a statement.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe, just maybe, the worrying we've been doing all offseason kept us from realizing that this team did get better with addition through subtraction.
Okay.
Even when you're like subtracting people in the middle of games. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, there is a school employee in some serious trouble this morning out and around Detroit. Did you see the story?
I did not.
The question becomes, Kimmy, is something that happens outside of your job, unrelated to your gig, should it be held against you?
Ooh.
Yeah, especially with this job.
You can make an argument both ways.
Was there like some kind of like morals thing?
Yeah, but that's not going to be the standout thing.
Okay.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Your Buffalo Bills, play! The Miami Dolphins 31-10, and that score wasn't even that close, right? The Bills took their foot off the gas 2 drives into the second half. And before we get too deep into the actual game, we should probably talk about Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa.
Scary.
Another concussion.
Yeah.
And that fencing thing where your arms go up happens
Where
again.
he makes
Where
weird
he just-
hands.
Yeah, it just, like, starts to like just, freeze up.
I don't know about you. I don't know if this is getting older or if this is now we just know more about like what concussions can do.
Yeah.
Those are the hits like back in the day that I used to stand up out of my chair for. And like now,
They should
Can't
show
even
those
watch.
videos. The NFL's hardest hits.
I had all of them.
Yeah.
I had all of those.
Sports
NFL
Illustrated. Buy it now and you get this football phone.
Yeah.
But
Which
I,
could also give you cancer.
but I don't know about you, man.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't watch those replays.
Yeah.
Like it's brutal.
Yeah, it's all over the news this morning, too.
Now, but here the team
Yeah.
says he's okay and he's in good spirits.
Really? Is that what that
I mean, he
means?
did-
Is that what he was saying with his hands? I'm okay.
I mean, just even watching him walk off the field
Yes.
seemed like a bit of a struggle.
Yeah. All right. So with all that being said,
Yeah.
the Bills dominated Miami.
They crushed him.
Yep. The star of the night would be Bills running back James Cook. You just heard that touchdown, right? 3 first half touchdowns, Tommy. The kid could do no wrong.
Yeah.
And he was having fun doing it. Here's a question for the rest of the NFL. And I hope you're listening. If you got the answer, NFL, I'd like to hear it.
Okay.
If the Bills can run the ball like that, how do you stop this team?
You can't.
No, you really can't.
No.
Josh Allen didn't have to take a shower after the game last night. That's how little work he did.
He didn't have 200 yards.
He didn't have 150. He had 139 yards last night. He ran the ball twice for 2 yards, and he didn't take a sack. In the third quarter, he was selling beer in the stands just so he would earn his paycheck for last night. You did that to the Dolphins? You did that to the Dolphins, and Josh Allen barely got off the bus.
Damn.
Damn it. What do you mean, damn?
So it kind of elevates him into the Mahomes category.
What do you mean by that?
He's always been there.
No, because they were even saying like last night, he ain't there yet.
Well,
and
I mean, he
a
doesn't
game
have a
like this
Super
would
Bowl.
put him there. And I'll tell you why. Because like Mahomes,
I
they
think you
got
need
rid
the
of
Super Bowl to
Tyreek Hill,
get there.
and they said that was going to be the demise of Mahomes.
Yeah.
Same thing with getting rid of Diggs.
I see what
They
you're
made
saying.
the comparison, not me. Talk to the NFL
They made the
Network.
comparison, not me. Now that I'm being criticized.
No,
And
you're
I
like
tried to
boohooing the NFL Network.
Yes, the NFL Network says stupid stuff, and I love how
No,
you
they don't.
started that with
Those guys have the best suits in the league.
You know what my favorite thing about Tommy
What?
is, right? He comes in and tries to pull it off as his take, and when he can't defend it, he goes, "Well, that's what they said in the NFL."
Well, yeah,
That's what the
they're
experts
out there
say.
saying, bro.
I mean, Kimmy,
Yeah.
He's now in Mahomes' league.
shut up! He was always in Mahomes' league. No, he's not.
really.
He's not really doing that. You're an idiot. Thank you. You know, I mean, it's funny. We say Cook was the star of the night last night, James Cook, the running back. But that might also be an incorrect statement because on the other side of the ball, a bunch of guys you've never heard of dominated what is supposed to be the best offense you've ever seen in history.
So they're the no-name defense?
I mean, they really are. The no-name. They were a no-name defense playing in the stadium that made the no-name defense famous. The injury bug bites the Bills again last night.
It went down.
Captain, linebacker Terrell Bernard has a pec injury. That is something
Huge.
we will have to keep an eye
Yeah.
on. Thank you. Yes, he does
Right.
have huge pecs, and the injury will be a big deal. So you were playing this Dolphins team last night without Matt Milano, corner Taron Johnson, who is the best nickel corner in the league, and captain Terrell Bernard. That happened in the second drive. Your starting linebackers last night were Dorian Williams and Balin Spector.
D&B?
D&B. Yeah. What did they do? They proceeded to pick off Tua Tagovailoa 3 times. Hey, Tommy, do you know who Jamarcus Ingram is? I
know James Ingram. Very talented singer. Is that his kid?
I met him just once.
No, you did.
Just once. You did actually meet. There's like 2 guys that got that joke, and that was just for you.
And that's me.
You know who Jamarcus Ingram is? This is Jamarcus Ingram.
Looking over the middle, pressure coming, has to heave it, and it's intercepted. Coming the other way, and going for 6 is Jamarcus Ingram. A 30-yard interception return for a touchdown. Tua's 3rd pick of the night goes pick 6.
Can I tell you about Jamarcus Ingram?
Sure, go ahead.
Can I share the glorious word of Jamarcus Ingram with you, sir? Hello, I'd like to talk to you about the glorious world of Jamarcus Ingram.
Yes.
He's a University of Buffalo grad.
Oh.
Okay. He spent the last 2 years pretty...
Oh, is this the kid that kind of like walked in?
Nope.
Different
guy.
Kid. Different University of Buffalo grad.
That's Joe Andreessen. The Bills currently have three UB guys on the roster.
Yeah.
Jamarcus Ingram spent the last 2 years playing for Buffalo, pretty much living on the practice squad. Last year, he did not record a single statistic in an NFL game. And last night, he had 2 interceptions, 1 that he took to the house.
Wow.
That was
hungry.
It had to be his first national television game, and he had 2 picks and a pick 6. Kimmy?
Yeah.
How is this Bills defense able to weather these injuries all the time?
this is all this all comes down to coaching, in my opinion. Like, yes, like these guys are talented. I mean, they're all professional athletes, but like for them to totally have Miami's number, I think that just comes down to coaching, and I think Miami just consistently gets out-coached by the Bills. They have no answer. They make no adjustments. The team kind of gives up. It's just a whole... It's a bunch of different things contributing to it, and they just can't get past it.
You know, around this time yesterday, we were talking about the unbridled flaming hatred of the Dolphins and this specific Dolphins team.
Yeah.
Can I tell you, nothing makes me happier and fills me with the joy of the word of Jamarcus Ingram.
What's that?
More than when they cut to Coach Mike McDaniel, and he's standing there like.
By the way,
he looked panicked.
Side note, you could see him sweating, right? But he's wearing a sweatshirt.
Is he?
He is that
He's got a
guy
hoodie
who
on.
is telling you, "No, I'm fine. I'm not hot." Like, he refuses to take off the sweatshirt because he wants to look like I can handle the heat, instead of just literally wearing a T-shirt like everybody else on the field.
Are you sure he's not just too skinny and he's insecure about it around all
maybe.
the other
He is like puny.
I was like, why is he wearing a hoodie?
I think he played college ball somewhere too.
Where?
I don't know.
Like,
University.
you look at that coach of the Lions.
Pew.
Like, that coach of the Lions what's his name?
Dan Campbell. Well,
that dude looks like he could break people. Like, he could play.
he played tight end in the league.
But he's still in like that kind of shape.
Okay.
This kid looks like he looks malnutrition.
Mike McDaniel not beefy enough for you.
No.
He went to Yale.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense. Somebody should like call Mike McDaniel, the head
And
coach
feed
of
him?
the Dolphins. Well, do that. Like, if somebody that cares about him. Hey, you know that you can stop making those faces on the sideline? Because every time you make that face, they show a close-up of your face.
Yeah.
Every single
It was
time.
an
Like the blank
insulting.
stare.
I really think it was an insulting game to them. Like how they
But
and they
the
did
Bills
it to themselves.
didn't even they could have run up the score probably more than. The Josh Allen came out of the game early.
No, I mean just how they looked on camera. Looked sad. Like, they looked really bad. They looked like they were traumatized.
Well, I mean, look.
And the announcers were kind of pointing it out.
If we go down that road, right?
Yeah.
We talked yesterday around this time about how Dolphins fans, they have this belief that they're better than they are.
Yeah.
Right? And the last couple of years, even though Josh Allen owns them, 12-2, they somehow find a way to believe that this is the year we're going to win the division. And if there was a year to make an argument, I guess it was going to be this one.
And they were saying this coach is a genius.
Exactly.
He sees the game differently.
Look, I guess if you're a Dolphins fan last night, your question to yourself would have been, if it's not going to happen now, is it ever going to happen? And there's your answer. That's why those guys look that way, because what are we going to do? What can we do? What can we do?
So they need a new quarterback.
So let's talk about that.
Yeah, I don't know what you do now moving forward.
Well, this season you just find a backup, but that could have been Tua Tagovailoa's last ever game. It should be his last ever game.
It should be for sure.
I mean, you would think.
Well, you never do. These guys, this is all they know. They want to play, and
Right.
like I would
and
make.
he's still young.
And he's a very competitive player. Like, look, I hate
Yeah, but if you have a brain injury, it's pointless.
Especially as many as he had last season. We had
2 seasons ago.
Two seasons
and
ago.
the league can't go, hey, we care about brain injuries, and this kid's making jazz hands on the ground and going, he's fine.
How many more times are you going to let him do that?
Look, I mean, this could be a case where the NFL now has to implement something where they tell people you can't play anymore.
Right.
Look, the reason I think you can make
because they're going to keep going out there if they can most of the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think you can make an argument. The reason Tua Tagovailoa was in that position last night because he should have slid. He had the first down. They're down 21. He's thrown 3 interceptions.
He's trying to play a hero.
Exactly. And he knows. He knows if he doesn't put everything he's got into this game that he's going to get killed after it. Right? So he does that. I mean, that shows you how competitive he is.
Oh, yeah.
Credit to the guy. But you're right. If you play like that, especially with the history that he's got, you can't put him back out there again. Hey. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to a guy I saw last night.
Wait, you saw this guy?
I saw this man. Bro, it was a big deal. In fact, multiple people at the Bill Gray's Tap Room were asking where this man was.
Oh, wow.
That's right. Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. Even though that game sucked for us, I was still pretty happy. And also, I was the only Dolphins fan in the entire building, and everybody was super cool.
Oh, no, there was one other Dolphins fan. It was a woman, but she saw you walk in and walked out immediately.
Well, okay. I mean, I understand. But no, I got to meet a few of the listeners, Corey and George, which were super cool. And but yeah, I was kind of on the fence about going last night. I'm like, no, but I was like, let's just go.
Can we buy you a higher fence?
I'll still get over it. No, I don't know, man. I think it's how the Bills have owned the Dolphins the past few years reminds me of the Bills and the Patriots.
Yes.
Yeah, couldn't figure out how to beat them. Like Coach Skateboard can't figure out how to beat Coach Hardass. Literally how it is.
I think if you're a Dolphins fan, hey, Ben, great to see you last night, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. If you're Dolphins management right now, you really have to say, like, do you fire McDaniel? If he can't beat the Bills, he can't have that job. If you can't beat the Bills and win that division, you shouldn't have that job.
Well, I mean, they've only missed
the
Super Bowl by 40 years. Give them a couple more shots.
They've been making the playoff. It's one of those weird, it's in between decisions because, yes, he can't beat the Bills, but they have managed to get into the playoffs. So it's like you're getting there. It's just not the easiest path.
Go look at what they're spending on that team for first-round exits and wild card victories that you're sneaking in the playoffs every year. I think you can make the argument that if they lose in the first round again this year or miss the playoffs,
you think he's done?
I mean, look,
they clean house?
You can't beat the Bills, and on paper you should be able to at least take 40% of the games. Well, they'll take 30. You're 12-2 in the last 14 years, and I know that only 3 of those seasons, 8 of those games with playoffs belong to McDaniel. But
Josh has only lost to him twice.
And both of them were fluke losses.
Heat Bowl.
You had the Heat Bowl, and then you had the Charles Clay touchdown drop in Josh's second year.
Gosh, I don't even remember that.
I remember Josh. You don't remember that?
No.
Everyone's standing up. It's in Miami. It's falling down into Charles Clay's arms, and he dropped it wide open. Look, I will say this.
What's that?
Before we move on. The most important part of last night, and really the first 2 weeks, is how in control Josh Allen has been.
Yeah, he's the man.
He does what he wants, and when he wants to do it. And I think there's a difference between the man and being in control, because he's always been the man. Because the man tries.
I thought the man has to be in control.
No, man.
They're not. They're separate.
No, I call you man. You're not controlling nothing.
No, you just say man.
Man. Josh has this offense mastered. We have not seen Josh panic once in 2 games. He's been picking his spot, and then he executes. And, Kimmy, I think you can argue we have never seen him more confident as the quarterback of the Buffalo Bills. And I know it's early.
So he's mature.
I mean,
I think so.
I was going to say, if anybody caught that postgame show, Josh is on it, and he's talking with the panel like he didn't just play a football game.
Because he kind of didn't just
But it was just like one of those things where I was like, it sounds like he hasn't even stepped onto the field yet. Like, that's how, like, calm, cool, and collected he was after that win. Like, he wasn't even sweating.
Look, it's very possible that this is happening because he is now the unquestioned leader on this football team.
Yeah, you got rid of all the other stars.
You got it. And, I mean, with Diggs specifically, maybe him in that offense was keeping Josh from being the QB he could be.
I want to say, could I see James Cook kind of took a little shot at the – he talked to – he said, I got to find the quote, but he essentially said something along the lines of, we don't have any selfish guys on this team anymore.
That's definitely –
So he said something along those lines. I was like, I wonder who that's directed at.
But, I mean, look, Josh has the fewest amount of offensive weapons he's ever had, like explosive weapons, and he's never looked more like an MVP.
Right.
And he looked like an MVP throwing for 139 yards last night. That ball he squeezed into Shakir last night between three guys, holy crap. That wheel route that went down the sideline to that running back that brought it down to the one, holy crap. Nobody else in the league can make those throws. And he just does it like
you
nonchalant.
just never know who he's going to go to at any point.
Awesome. Okay. Your Bills are 2-0.
Yep.
Tommy is 2-1. And we have results for the picks, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
You're feeling good.
Well, I kind of called this game.
You called none of it. You called none of what happened. None ya game.
You see the 72 Dolphins?
No.
You didn't see that? Oh, my God.
They didn't have the 72.
Yeah, they were all out there.
Oh, really? All because there's like two that are still alive.
There's a whole bunch.
Did they dig up Don Shula and drag him out there?
Yeah. No, that was Tua.
There is a man east of us that is in some trouble. And like these allegations, period, are not good. But the job that he has makes it worse. And now it is up to, if the allegations are true, folks to decide. Can you be good at your job and separate that from what this man is accused of? And I will say his job involves kids.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There's the person you are at work.
Yeah.
And there's the person you are at home.
Sure.
Some people believe, Tommy, one does not affect the other.
No, it really doesn't.
Right? What you do at work has nothing to do with your personal life and vice versa. Well, that argument could make or break whether one man in our area keeps his gig with a local school district. Because some allegations we found out about yesterday probably don't bode well for him professionally.
Oh.
Probably not good. Not a good thing. You're hanging out in the break room. Watch this classic rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:30. Even the kids that you like in your neighborhood can annoy you.
Oh, sure. They're kids.
And the power dynamic is, like, I'm the adult, you're the kid, right? Show some respect. But one amazing kid that lives on the east side did something for one of his neighbors that can't be repaid.
No kidding.
And when the power dynamic like this changes in your hood.
Oh.
Ooh.
So you ain't the man no more.
Well, and here's the thing. The kid earned it.
Right.
He earned it. And we'll get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. An administrator in the East Arundecoit Central School District is facing some allegations.
What happened?
47-year-old Mark Anson is an assistant superintendent with the district.
Nice gig.
Police say on Wednesday, an incident on 104 that started in Webster and ended in Wayne County near Lakeside Road in Ontario had Anson allegedly display a handgun towards another driver.
So this was a road rage type of thing?
This is what it
Sounds
seems
like it.
Yep, story on 13 Wham says whatever the issue the two drivers were having ended with them exchanging words while their two vehicles were pulled over to the side of the road. It sounds like they had exited the vehicle. Did you see that in the story too?
That's just what I pictured,
Okay.
so I don't know
Like
if
a
that was in the
confrontation.
story or if that's just what I,
Like direct.
It does
Saw in
seem
my
that
mind.
way, yes.
Yeah.
So that's when police say he displayed the gun. State police arrested the deputy superintendent 4 hours later at his home. He is facing misdemeanor charges for menacing and criminal possession of a weapon. He has an upcoming court date. Not great, Tommy.
No.
And what makes the allegations even worse, if they're true, it's an unforced error. Like he could have just stayed in the car.
Yeah.
Right.
Everything would have been fine.
Just
But
go where you're going.
yeah. But that's all in the past now.
Yeah.
And there could be a bigger issue to deal with.
What is that?
All right, so I'll start it like this. Most people would not lose their jobs over something like this. Hell, your employer may not even know what happened.
True.
Well, that's true.
It's not like the cops have to call your boss and be like, you know what they did?
Yeah.
Right? But this guy works for a school district. He could be around kids depending on his job. You can make the argument that he has to set a good example. If the allegations are true, would either of you be okay with this man keeping his job?
No, because I don't even know. I mean, they're gonna do I'm hoping a deep dive on this dude.
Well, they probably already did a deep dive.
No,
He's got-
What do you mean? Like who would do a
okay,
deep
that
dive?
gun's
The
in
school?
your car, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you bring that car to school?
Oh, well, we
That's
don't.
a good
Is that
question.
car parked on the grounds with a gun in it?
No, I want to be fair.
We don't know.
He isn't. No, what I'm saying is he's an assistant superintendent.
Right.
Is the building that they work in on a school ground?
I'm guessing all those buildings are
The
gun
administrative
free.
buildings?
I'm
You
hoping.
did it again.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question, though.
I mean, an
I don't know where those
administrative building
offices
for
are.
a school district?
Look, I don't know. I'm asking the question because if there aren't kids there, why would it have to be a gun-free zone? And again, I'm guessing. What did we say?
Because I guess it's still school property,
It's,
right?
it's
district
state property.
Yeah.
You can't take it. You can't take a gun to the court.
Everything. You can't take a gun to the court.
Well, I mean, the sheriffs can, but nobody else can.
Sounds like a 1950s countryside. You can't take a gun to the court, but you can take your bride and give her a kiss. Look, you may very well be right.
But I mean, they may deep dive into all this stuff, and it may go deeper than just what he did there. So I guess that's about my point.
You gotta tell it may be deeper than what we
It may go deep, bro.
Okay, Kimmy,
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a hothead with a gun. I'm out.
would you be okay if this man kept his job?
I just think
If the allegations are true, I'm sorry.
No, I know. And I think it goes for me like beyond the gun. It's more like, are you that much of a hothead that this
Yeah.
is how you would handle an intense situation? And like, how does that apply to how you do your job?
It's a great point.
That's, I guess my concern is more like the crossover of like your decision making into your job.
Okay, but we haven't heard his side of the story yet.
No,
That's
I know
true.
you're right.
That's
You're
true.
right.
Right? Huh? Now, just a heads up, there's nothing in the story about this assistant superintendent being suspended or fired, although the story did just break last night.
Yeah.
So you're both saying what allegedly happened is enough for you guys both to want him out of a job if it's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I usually don't
do
like
wonder-
people fired. But
in this case, probably
It'd be interesting to see.
state property can't take it to court.
It'd be interesting to see because if, and I guess we'll never know this, but like if your coworkers or if you're well liked by your coworkers and they think you do a good job, I think that would also sway my personal opinion on this guy keeping his job, because it's not like he's working directly with children.
We
on
don't
it.
know that either.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I would just he's not like your child's teacher. You know
Okay.
what I mean?
All right, so let's
whereas like I would be concerned as a parent.
All right, so let's put a pin in that and circle back around in a second, because this goes bigger than just this man, the allegations, and his job. Because, again, we're talking about this assistant superintendent out at East Irondequoit. He was arrested after police say during a road rage incident that started in Webster and ended in Ontario. He displayed a gun while out of his car with the other driver in Ontario, charged with misdemeanor, criminal possession of a weapon, and menacing. Should anything, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, that happens outside of work affect your job? Is anyone the same at home than they are at work, Tommy?
Yeah, but
I'm not talking about this specific instance.
no, you're right. I mean, your private life and your work life are two different issues.
That's right.
But
no, but you can't. You got nothing. What? But
Are you
can't just say
saying-
but.
I mean, I will say, like, when I worked in the grocery business, I saw guys get arrested at work.
Okay.
You know, child support payments, new guys got DWIs.
But that didn't surprise you, did it?
no,
Like
but
the
they
guys-
also kept their jobs.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Is that a good move?
I mean, to your point, like, it didn't affect their job. They didn't steal from the company, which I was doing like crazy. But, I mean, they separated it.
They were good employees.
We had like incidents of like guys fighting after work over like wives and things like that, and still the company did not get involved,
But
and they didn't lose their gigs.
But should they? Do you think they should have? Especially like fighting with each other on the job.
In the snake pit.
no, not in the snake pit. You know, we had rules. we had two guys.
Yeah.
One guy was cheating with another guy's wife.
Oh my
Okay.
They got into a fight at the guy's house.
Oh, so this wasn't at work.
And the guy got beat up. The cops were never called, but they kind of became an issue.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But the company did not get involved.
Should
Those
they?
guys did not, and they worked.
Okay, so
But
that's
to your
just,
point, like some of these things, like it didn't affect what they did for a job. You know, they cut meat, they stacked shelves, they unloaded trucks. They were fine.
And I think everyone that can hear our voices, there are some people you work with or have worked with that are complete disasters. They're a-holes. Their life is a mess because of their own doing. But when they get to work, they're great at their job.
Yeah.
And they can be pleasant to be around on the job.
You're absolutely right.
Do you
Right?
think though?
Just
okay,
before you get there.
sorry.
Are those people the exception? Or are those people the rule? Like, think about that person you go out to a work happy hour, you love working with them, and all of a sudden you're like, who the hell is this
Yeah,
person?
2 drinks in are crazy.
Exactly.
But do you think though some eventually with people like that it does cross over into work?
Yeah. It could, yeah.
Yeah, like I know examples of people that you're talking about, and I'm just thinking like, yeah, they were great workers, but every now and then there'd be an issue where you're like, they didn't handle that the right way.
But I feel like maybe you only saw that because you knew what
Knew
they were
what
like
they-
outside of work.
Yeah,
If you
I
were
guess.
unaware of that, that would have just been in there. And look, I want to be clear.
But to my point, I don't think you could completely separate the two.
I want to be clear. I'm not advocating, if the allegations are true, that this guy should keep his job.
Yeah.
I just find it interesting where we draw the line here, right? Because if this guy, he works for a school, so that's the first thing you see, right? School
Kids.
employee
You
gun.
just hear kids.
Exactly. Road rage incident. Yeah, okay, I get it. I get what you're saying there. But if this was a guy, road rage gun, misdemeanor charges, lawyer,
Yeah.
should that guy lose his job?
Well, again, those are those kind of positions where you're in charge of keeping your cool and keeping the temperature down in a room.
Okay.
I need
Manager at
you
Wegmans,
to
should they
make
lose
good
it?
decisions for your job.
Yeah.
Manager at Wegmans, should they lose their job? Oh, well, what happened?
Well, I mean, you think about it, man. Like if there was a road rage
Yeah,
incident.
gun comes out. Or gun gets displayed.
I mean, that's. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, I'm a
I mean, think of how much money you're letting that person handle for you.
Okay.
Let's say you run a Wegmans.
Sure.
And the people that are looking to you for decisions.
Yeah. I mean, I would think, yeah.
All right, so should that same guy
Or at
be-
least get busted down. Like, you wouldn't be. I would say this. You're not the manager anymore.
Okay, so should that same
Okay.
guy be fired if he cheats on his wife and the company finds out about it?
No.
Well, you just said judgment. Your argument was that if you show poor judgment, think about how much money that person handles.
No, but me cheating on my wife has nothing to do with how I conduct business. You being violent or have potential for violence is different than me disrespecting my marriage.
Oh, but see, here's the thing. Now, you said violent. You said potential for violence.
Or aggressive.
Okay, aggressive too. Wait, it's not aggressive to go pick up a woman when you're already married?
Only if you're doing it at gunpoint.
We don't know how it happened.
If you're pulling a gun at the singles bar, get in the car, ma'am.
I think if you are making an argument for judgment, if something like this were to happen in a Wegmans manager's personal life, for example, I don't see how it's any different than them cheating on their
because
wives.
it's temperament.
But I'm not scared of that person.
Right.
If they cheat on their significant other, yes, it's morally wrong.
Okay.
But I'm not fearful of you now in the future.
You're not in danger.
I understand what you're saying.
Wedding is, and your marriage.
Like just me
God.
personally, that one would bother me more just knowing I have to work closely with this person every day.
That's fine. If you guys want to make the argument for potential violence with allegations like this, I get that, right? But if the argument is judgment, if the argument is your judgment outside of work was poor, well, what's the difference between law and personal?
Well, first of all, cheating on your wife is not against the law.
No, I said, what is the difference between law and personal decisions? Because it's poor judgment on both sides.
I do feel differently if that cheating is a result of a work situation.
Like if you're cheating at work.
Because that now could affect me as a worker, and you're making your coworkers choose sides essentially if this goes wrong. I think that there's going to be some issues there.
How about that? Looping back to something Kimmy just brought up. Yeah. Again, we're talking about this assistant superintendent out in East Irondequoit was arrested after police say earlier this week he was in a road rage incident that stretched from Webster down 104 all the way to the town Ontario of Wayne County. According to police, it seems like, based on the story, they eventually got out of the car where this assistant superintendent displayed a weapon.
Yeah, think how many miles he had to think it through. Oh, that's a pretty good stretch of road, man.
Yeah. But at the same time, look, we don't have his side of the story.
You cross the bays, Xerox. You're heading towards Phil Sherman's house. You had a lot of time, man.
Yeah, Charlie Wright could have pulled off a Charlie's for a plate.
Oh, my God, you could have.
But, Kimmy, you had mentioned about, if he's good to if you're good with coworkers and stuff. In this specific case, this could be a lesson in how well-liked you are, changing your potential punishment. Because if someone in his position has had a positive effect on families in that district for years, right? If there are kids who are now more grown that remember this guy, maybe he was a teacher at some point, right? We've seen folks accused of a lot worse.
Yeah.
Have people go to bat for them because of what they did for them in the past. Should that matter?
I think so. Because if everybody's quiet and if it was somebody that wasn't liked, those people are happy that it happened and they're happy that it could potentially get that person fired.
No, but when I say should this matter, I mean if there's let's say hypothetically, right? There's a groundswell of support from families in this district if the allegations are true. Should that factor in whether or not?
Oh, yeah. If they want him, take him.
Wait a minute.
I would say... it ain't for me, but if the school supports him and the community wants him, he's all yours, man. Good luck.
Okay,
you give him a second. You're more likely to get a second chance.
It's up to if they want him. If the school board wants him, and if the kids and the parents want him, then yeah.
Okay. But then how is that? That's the least fair thing I've ever heard in my life. I mean, that's not justice, right? If
it is justice, you get what you deserve. There's your justice. You want him. If he does something else,
on his side. I meant on his side of it.
But it doesn't mean he's not going to face any actual punishments from the law.
No,
you know
what
I mean?
I understand.
But if you still want him, I support that.
Good, do it. Why don't you do it? Good, do it, stupid. Good, I'm glad. No, I mean, it is funny, where we draw the line here, right? Because, whether or not you have support from people that think you're great at your job, you did the same wrong thing as someone else who may have been fired, but you knew how to either play the game and get people like you, or you went out
politics.
Your way. But it doesn't make him, if your fear is violence, it doesn't make him less violent.
No, it doesn't.
Right? And not in this case, hypothetically, if your fear is judgment, it doesn't mean their judgment's any better. It just means they were nice to people.
Right. They knew how to sell themselves.
Maybe. I mean, they could have also been genuinely good people.
Yeah.
I'm sure. It could have just been it could have been the worst day of his life.
I don't mean in this specific case. I mean, yes. And that's what I mean, right? Look, far be it from me to judge a man who allegedly displayed a gun on 104. But
It's not even in Florida.
look, there are these stories we see where it looks bad, and then all of a sudden, like, oh, well, this is when it's okay. Now there's shades of gray here. There's also stories where you try and give grace to people, like, I don't know, a DA who was speeding home and go, no, there's no way this could have been the way. And then video cam, body cam comes out, and you look like an idiot for being like, no. There's got to be another story. She couldn't have just told the guy, like, I'm the DA. That probably didn't happen.
Told him off.
All right, let's take a break. Neighborhood dynamics go as this.
All right.
You have your men that have lived there for years, the old men.
Oh, yeah, the old-timers.
Yep. You got the people like Kimmy and I, the 30 and 40-year-old people.
The punk ass.
No, we're not the punk ass. We're growing into your role.
Old punk ass.
And
Wrigley punk ass.
And some of those families will have teenagers.
Yeah.
Right? And teenagers, even if you like the kid in your neighborhood, I mean, worst case scenario, you hate them for being punks. Best case scenarios, they're good kids, but admit it, they still annoy you.
Oh, sure, they're kids.
And that's the dynamic. You, as the old person in the neighborhood, the old crotchety man, can go, listen, I've been here a while.
Yeah.
He's a punk-ass kid. And this is what I want out of the neighborhood. And if you go to the parents, they'll probably go with it. When that balance shifts, well, we've never really seen that balance shift. And that balance could be shifting in a neighborhood in Webster after what one kid did. He saved a man's life.
Wow.
And we'll tell you the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Let's talk about an amazing kid.
Yeah.
A kid who could be the reason a man is alive today.
Oh, my God.
And thank God this kid was in that spot with his training and the confidence to do what he did when this happened. However, what happened here could change an age-old neighborhood dynamic, Tommy. Because even the best teenagers where you live, they can get on your nerves.
What happened?
Well, that is, unless they save your life, right? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. It is a post-game victory Friday.
Oh, boy.
Come on. And it was a victory for every Bills fan across the great United States. Well, maybe except for one.
Who's that, Seb?
Well, you made some picks yesterday.
Yeah.
You were feeling pretty good.
They should be awesome picks.
Yeah, they should be.
They won.
Yes, they did.
Which I predicted.
The Bills did win. But see, that's also going to cause some controversy here because you have this problem where you don't stop running your mouth.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean?
I just call it how I see it.
Yeah, and you called
I
it
never
how,
played the game.
You called it how you saw it. Did it come out how you saw it?
I think so.
We'll find out on a Muley post-game excuse Friday here on a Football Friday, post-game Friday, in the break room on CMF. Tommy, this story comes to us from Webster.
Yeah.
Allow me to introduce you to a 17-year-old guy who deserves every accolade possible. Wes was out in his yard.
Wait, the guy's name's Wes?
His kid's name is Wes.
Right.
I'm assuming it's short for Wesley, but I've never met the kid. I don't know.
Yeah.
So Wes is out in his yard. He's raking up grass. This was back in May when he witnessed a man collapse across the street.
Oh, my God.
Now, that's a scary situation for a grown person to be in, right?
So what did the lad do?
Wes, he was cut from a different cloth than like you or I or Kim. You see, Wes worked as a lifeguard.
Oh, perfect.
Thanks to that, he knew CPR. Wes ran across the street, and he went to work.
Did he run in and get a preserver, run out?
He took his shirt off before he was running across the street. Thanks to Wes, not only did the man survive the medical emergency, he is recovering well, according to the story.
So he CPR'd the old codger.
Yeah, the 17-year-old kid saved this man's life. He saved his life. Now, the story on Spectrum News talked to Wes, and he's a way better 17-year-old than we were.
Oh, I'm sure.
He's very humble about it. He said he was doing what he trained to do. And the reason we're talking about it now, even though it happened back in May, is Wes got an award for his actions that day from the Webster Fire Department this week. That happened this week. But it doesn't seem like something he was even looking for, right? Like just a nice bonus and a little plaque for something he didn't think about jumping into.
Yeah.
The man he saved says, and I quote from the story, he's not one for the spotlight, but he is very grateful for what Wes and everyone else did for him. So this is an amazing story. An amazing story. But there could be a problem here.
What's the problem?
Even the nicest, kindest, coolest teenage kid in your neighborhood can annoy you.
No.
They're out there playing basketball. Boom, boom, boom. They're walking around the neighborhood with their friends, and what are you doing over there? What are you doing? They get home late in the summertime or on a weeknight, and they're making noise at like 10:30, and you're just trying to go to bed. Teenagers.
Speeding down the street.
That's
in
right.
their car.
No, we're trying to have a society. Teenagers and older gentlemen in the neighborhood are natural adversaries. They're like cats and dogs. And you understand why. But, Tommy, when something like this happens, when a teenage kid does something like Wes did, it changes the dynamic.
Changes the whole neighborhood.
That's what I mean.
He's the man.
Yes. No one who lives on this street
Comes close.
and can ever be annoyed with Wes ever again.
Wes can do whatever he wants.
He owns. They should call it West Side. You got East Side, West Side, and West Side. Because that kid owns it.
100%. And he
He manned
deserves
up.
it. He
Yeah.
deserves it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm not saying Wes is annoying. I've never met the kid. He seems like a sweet
He can be
kid.
as annoying as he wants.
Yeah.
But that's just it.
He's got free reign of the neighborhood now.
Even if Wes wasn't annoying, right, you and guys like you will find things to be annoyed with.
Oh, yeah.
Until this kid moves out of his parents' house, there is nothing he can do where anyone in the neighborhood can get upset.
Right. Yeah.
Like, Tommy, if you found out this kid saved a man's life, right, and he's out shooting hoops at 11 o'clock at night in the driveway in the summertime, you can't say anything.
He earned it.
Right?
He earned whatever he does at this point.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So you got a kid in the neighborhood like this.
Yeah.
Does
A
what
Wes.
this kid did, a Wes. Your own personal Wes. You find out he's throwing a raging party 2 a.m. across the street. His parents aren't there. You saying anything?
No. I
He's
can't.
probably bringing him booze. What do you like, kid?
You can't.
All right, let me ask you this.
I mean, you may even want to, but you can't.
All right, let me ask you this question. All right, so summertime,
Right.
you're outside trying to have a cocktail and your cigar, right? You like your nice soft jazz. And all of a sudden, Wes comes outside, giant boombox.
Yeah.
Tommy, the most...
Oh, your mom's there? Oh, she boom. with that box.
What the hell, man?
Takes so many batteries.
What the hell?
10 Ds, I hear.
Kid comes
All
out,
right.
he's playing the most vulgar music you've
So
ever
is it
heard.
the filthy music?
The filthy mouth music, loud as can be. It's literally like it's right next to your head. You're just trying to enjoy your scotch and your cigar. You going to say anything?
No. You can't. You're lying. I mean, he's got you by the balls, man.
Well, okay, but you make it sound like he did it as like a chess move.
No, but this young man has me by the balls.
And
does.
not only does he get to do whatever he wants, but his buddies do too. Because you can't. If they're there with him, you're gonna yell at the group.
I don't want any side jackholes.
Oh wait, so he's like Sinatra? Like if he's there, everyone in the
he's
group.
in charge.
Westpac.
Yeah. Yes. You get to benefit from your buddy's good deed.
No, I don't know about that. I think you can go out and yell at the other kids, and then pull Wes aside and be like, "These kids, right?" Because you're gonna start treating Wes like an adult.
Oh, yeah.
When he does an adult move.
By the way, he can date any girl in that neighborhood.
Oh my God, what is this?
Why
The
do you get-
50s?
But he can. Like
you
can't.
remember
Like
we're talking about a teenager when you say these things.
kids date. He comes up to your house. He wants to date your daughter. You're not going to tell him no.
What do you do? Date your daughter? Oh, I'm here for the hand of your daughter. What do you do? What is that? Nobody does that.
He's got his pick, man.
He's got his pick.
Yes.
No.
What? You can't. What? Jeez, you can't say that.
This is the dumbest
No.
thing I've ever heard.
What?
I never in my life, when I was a teenager, that I like go knock on the door. I would like to court your daughter, sir.
But you know, like
Pardon me, sir. Can I court your daughter?
every parent would love if they have a daughter.
Oh,
would
yeah.
love
Well,
them
they-
to go out with that
Okay,
kid.
that's
A
different.
parent would approve
Oh.
for sure.
Oh
That's-
yeah,
that's-
that's what I mean. He's like he's got it, man.
No, just-
Like,
He's
could
got
you
the
imagine,
golden ticket.
Yeah, could you imagine though if your daughter started dating a kid who saved somebody's life?
yeah, seriously. Seriously. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this kid. His name is Wes. He lives in Webster. Back in May, he was outside doing chores, which, by the way, already something.
Yeah, he's raking. I
I
forgot
know.
about that.
I know that
what
too.
kid rakes?
Great question.
While it was happening, a man across the street collapses. He goes. He's trained as a lifeguard. He saves his life using CPR, and he was honored this week for that by the Webster Fire Department. But it has to change the old man teenage dynamic in the neighborhood. And, you know, as a parent of a now teenager who I love dearly, but can be
It's pulling teeth. Right.
That's the understatement of the century. Don't even get me started about what happened yesterday. I wish there were things my daughter could do to garner that kind of respect from my neighbors.
Okay.
Oh.
And I'm curious if parents encourage their teenagers to do stuff like that.
Step up.
Simply for the reputation. Because my
Like,
dad was...
so your kid is seen doing those
Yes.
things too.
A step up move.
My dad was kind of that guy.
What do you mean?
Well, like, my dad really didn't care if I was a scumbag.
Yeah.
Right? Because, I mean, look, I hung out with him, not the guy. Well, so, but, like, image was very important to him. Like, you shake hands, you make eye contact. Yeah, you go out of your way. If somebody needs help, if that old lady needs help crossing the street or someone picking up, or you go and do that. But it wasn't about being a good person, I think.
Right.
I think
it was more just the
was for show.
facade.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
The intention was different.
Do parents still do that? Because I don't think I have it in myself to look at my daughter and be like, when people want to think you're a good person, make them think you're a good
I
person.
think you paint it more as like make a good first impression, and that can be. There's a fine line there between making a good first impression and just being somebody that you're not.
I get uncomfortable though when parents do that. Like, well, did you go? Did you say hello to them? Did you?
Yeah, I do
Did
too.
you thank them? I'm like, yeah, he already did. He already did, right? Yeah.
Well, no, but I have to say that.
No, but I hate that. Like, I'm standing
fine,
right there.
yeah.
It's so because not like I'm involved.
Right.
Like, did you thank them? Did you say hello? Did you shake their hand? I'm like, you know, the kid did or did, man. What are we doing here?
Well, no, there are sometimes I don't because my daughter was going through this phase, my oldest. And again, I love her. I love her right now, my 14-year-old daughter, where she would like open doors in public and just like not hold it for anybody.
Okay.
Right? Like she would be behind me. She would
Is that
like.
because she was just oblivious?
Yes,
though?
I mean,
Yeah.
yes. Like when we were in New York for the U.S. Open thing,
Mm.
3 separate times I had to grab her
No
wrist because she almost
awareness.
walked into traffic walking through the streets of New York, right? But like there were a couple of times where I turned around thinking she didn't hold the door, and I go, "Did you hold the door?" And the person behind me, was, "Oh, she held the door." It was
Yeah.
cool. But I
'Cause,
gotta,
like, 'cause now I'm involved. It's just I'm just hanging out here, man.
I gotta teach her that lesson. What
yeah,
am I
but now
supposed
I'm
to
getting
do?
sucked into it, and the kid's not gonna like me
It's-
because I didn't like lie for them. So I always lie.
You
I
say,
always
oh, yeah,
lie
they
and
said
say,
thank
yeah,
you.
they
Yeah.
did.
I'm trying to help my kitty. I'm trying to raise a decent human being.
Knock yourself out. Don't drag me into your discipline circle.
No, but you're
Well,
disciplined circle.
there's a difference between like letting your kid, like I guess pointing these things out to your kid and bringing them into a room to present to say, hey, say thank you to Uncle Tommy for your gift.
And you know what
it's
it
in
is?
front. It's more of like a show with an audience in front of everybody.
It's like you're sitting in a witness chair. Could you point that person out in this room right now? Yes, it was that young lady over there that did not hold the door at the U.S. Open because she doesn't appreciate what her parents do for them.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
I don't want to be involved in that.
You exactly spelled out what I'm trying to say.
I don't want to be involved in your discipline.
It takes a village to raise
Yeah, well, this villager
child.
is out, man. I live in the outskirts of the village where they sing the country tunes.
So, with this story here, it's obvious that Wes, who saves this man's life, right, giving him CPR after he collapses, like, that is up here where he gets carte blanche for everything. But what is the line of freedom for a teenager where you live? Like,
What do you mean line of freedom?
well, okay, something nice a kid can do doesn't have to be that extreme. For example, Tommy, if a 16-year-old kid, if you look out the window and you see a 16-year-old kid shoveling the driveway of an elderly neighbor without them asking.
We got him.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Can you be annoyed by that kid down the road, or is that enough?
I think that's enough for most people.
Not for that guy.
Yeah.
No. Wait, you're telling me he would have to do more than something like that?
Nah.
What about a kid who goes out of their way just to say hello? Like when they're walking on the street. Hello, Mr. Muley.
I mean, I kind of get that. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying, is that enough where that kid
No.
can do?
No.
But that's a very respectful thing to do.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Muley. How many kids say hello to you when they're walking down the street?
I mean, you should just nod or wave.
That's what I mean. Like,
I can have a verbal exchange.
hello, Mr. Muley. How are you?
I am fine, young man. What are you up to today, young lad?
It's a rare occurrence.
I think I'm impressed anytime I see a kid doing something that I would not have done as a kid. Like the kids that live next door to me, like they're always helping their parents like with yard work and stuff.
Nice.
And I was like, my parents would have had to like threaten me with something, or you know what I mean, to get me to do that voluntarily, but just didn't happen.
That's the deal.
And I'm always like, how do those kids, like, they're just doing it and they seem like they enjoy doing it, and how are they such nice kids?
Well, going along those lines, we got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Al writes us, maybe the kid went and saved his life to get out of heaven to rake the yard. No, I mean, like...
Yeah.
Can you tell your kid to rake the yard again after that?
Well, yeah, now he has to rake the yard at all times in case something else happens.
By the way, you didn't finish what you started anyway.
Do you make the kid finish raking?
If I'm the parent?
Yeah.
I may no, but a good parent, yes.
No, I mean, if you're dad, that might be one of those times where it's like, I'll take care of this. You go and watch cartoons.
Yeah.
Okay, because you did such a
You
good.
earned it.
Yeah, exactly. Simpsons is on Disney Plus. Go have fun.
I'm always amazed, like when my wife points out bad kids to me.
Oh, she
Like,
points
she'll-
out the bad
Well,
ones.
she'll see something, a kid doing something bad.
Okay.
And then I'll go in my head, like, I did way worse than that, man. Like, that is nothing. I would do that on my day off.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because, like, my wife, huge nerd back in the day, never got in any trouble ever, right? Just kept her head down and went to school.
Yeah.
It feels to me that kids, with the exception of the ones that are stealing cars, are doing less bad things than we did when we were kids.
Probably, right?
But my wife will, like, every once in a while, she will say something like, oh, I can't believe, not in a mean way, like, I can't believe someone would do that or say that. And same thing. It's like, you don't even know, lady.
Yeah, I was just a horrible child.
It
But
is.
I came from their loins, man. So.
Again, no responsibility for yourself. I didn't know right
Hey.
from wrong.
Check your DNA.
What?
I can't control it.
You can, actually.
I can't control
you
my
can
DNA.
control your DNA.
I know,
can't
because
control
you were a horrible adult too. Once you actually were aware of the decisions you were making.
But that's how it works. Bad kid, bad adult.
No,
Bad dad, bad husband.
I think being in a relationship is the first time in your life, once you get to the point where like teenage things matter with your
Right.
wife, because you have the grandkids and her son and raising everybody, right? How you only know how you were raised. You kind of feel that's how everyone was raised.
Right.
And you don't fully understand maybe how bad of a kid or how good of a kid you were until you have someone else's eyes checking it out with you.
Yeah. So, like, the one thing my wife gets very upset with me about is when I do see a kid with bad behavior, when it's all like we're away from it,
Yeah.
I find it funnier than crap. I will laugh my ass off. And that really upsets her because that's not the example you're supposed to start.
It's weird. You're married to Richard Nixon.
Yeah.
I used to be like you. But now that I have my own teenager,
It's not so funny.
It's not funny.
But
at
I've never
all
had
anymore.
kids.
It's never funny at all.
But even when the grandbaby, when he's doing something, I find it adorable.
Well, what's going to be tricky for you, and I know this is coming, eventually kids learn swear words. And as an adult, for me, it is
that's hard.
impossible not to break out in laughter if that kid says a word they're not supposed to say.
Also-
And that's like the worst thing you can do.
But I'm afraid of slipping.
Curse in front of the kid.
And then
Like
baby
they pick it
picks
up
it
from
up,
you.
and then I get lit up. And then they're going to go, where do you pick that up?
Yeah, in your household, where could he have picked that up?
I don't
Your
know.
Wife?
Where did you take him before here? Because I didn't say nothing.
Speaking of slipping up,
Yeah.
you made some picks yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying I tanked?
I'm not saying nothing.
Oh, my God. You've been saying it all morning.
I'm saying you think you did really well.
Well, I said this was going to be a hell of a game, and you got one hell of a game.
Well, but then you made it more specific.
Yep. Like, here's the thing. If you would just stop talking, you do great. But you don't know when to shut up.
Your brother's outfit was throwing me off.
You made these picks before the outfit.
That's how disturbing that outfit was. I've sensed it.
There is going to be controversy with one of those picks, and I don't know what
Oh.
we're supposed to do.
I may be a good. I may
be a good.
I may get it.
He may be a good.
I may be a good, maybe not.
We'll find out if he be a good. It's a very special Muley post-game excuse Friday. And we do it next here on a post-game Friday on CMF.
Allen wide open to Cook in the left flat, racing to the end zone. And is he in? Yes, he is. The Cook has found the kitchen on a 17-yard touchdown reception.
How long has he been sitting on that one?
Yeah.
How long have you been sitting on that one, Chris Brown? Bills with a 31-10 win in Miami. It was a dismantling. It was a clinic. Sean McDermott should win Coach of the Century to what he did to that team with the amount of players that were missing on that defense.
Yeah.
It's a no-name defense. Mm-hmm. You have a no-name receiver core, and you hung 31 points to the Dolphins. You've scored 30 points in back-to-back weeks.
Wow. That's impressive.
It is impressive, yeah. I mean, when you can stack wins like that.
And that's what you got to do in this league.
You know that people that stack wins like that know what they're talking about. Mm-hmm. And you would agree, Tommy, people that can't seem to find a W, I mean, they're just idiots.
Right.
That being said, you hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Tommy made his picks yesterday.
Yes.
The game happened. We have
What a game.
What a game. We have our answers. We'll find out if we were what a picks. Kimmy, are we ready?
Ready.
Let's do this thing. Over, under. Oh, do we not have? I'm sorry. Do we not have an intro anymore?
Oh, I forgot.
I'm sorry. Do we not have an? Are you done? Are you done?
I don't have one for today.
Okay.
For
Kimmy
today specifically, we have a post-game Monday if you want it.
Yeah, you know what? I do.
Okay.
I feel like we should kick it off that way. Kimmy couldn't find the kitchen. The sound kitchen. Now, I feel like I need to be inspired. I was up late last night as everyone else was watching the game.
Everybody's dragging.
I feel like when we have these intros, it gives you the electricity you need to get through the day.
Okay.
Kimmy, give me a thumbs up when you're ready. I mean, look, it gives Tommy time to not be a loser for a little while. Now I regret asking Kimmy to get this out thing. That was a stupid thing for me to do.
I don't know.
Okay, never mind. Let's get to our first pick on a special Muley post-game excuse Friday on CMF. Over under 1 1/2 sacks for Groot.
Pat. Here's what I know. I'm saying right now that the New York Sack Exchange is going to be in Miami.
Man, that's a really original name for a team that plays
Why?
in New
They've
York.
never said it before. I got a good feeling about this game.
Did you watch the game while you were in Tosna?
No, I was on vacation.
You didn't watch the game.
I told you he wasn't going to know anything that happened.
I thought your wife was going to make you watch the game.
No, we were out and about.
So to be clear, you know about this team, you know about this game, and you have not watched a second of regular season Bills football.
I have not yet.
Okay. To be clear, you are over 1 1/2 sacks for defensive end Greg Rousseau.
Yeah.
Defensive end Greg Rousseau, NFL Defensive Player of the Week last week.
Yeah.
Coming off a 3-sack performance against Arizona last night. 4 total tackles. 1 for a loss. No sacks.
But they did take 2 out of the game.
No, that wasn't on a sack.
And that was...
Well, it was kind of a sack.
No,
That
it
was
wasn't. It was
DeMar
the
Hamlin.
opposite
Well, he got
of a
his
sack.
bell wrong.
Okay, yes, you did. That's the understatement of the century. So here's the thing. Greg Rousseau did not play poorly at all.
No, he was everywhere.
Yeah, and he was throwing off timing for both Tua and Skylar Thompson all last night, but he just never got home. Sacks are the weirdest stat in the NFL.
What is that?
You can be the most dominant player in the league 1 week at your position, and then not get another sack for 3 straight weeks, and still be one of the best defensive ends or outside linebackers.
Still cause chaos.
Well, you're creating pressure.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Von Miller, after not having a sack in 22 months, has sacks in back-to-back games.
Look at that.
He got one last night. Took down Skylar Thompson, which, I mean, I would just say got a sack. I wouldn't say who he sacked, but
It was
still
Miller time in the kitchen.
But Von Miller's not who we were talking about.
Okay.
We're talking about Greg Rousseau, so that is 0 for 1.
All right.
0 for 1.
But still a hell of a defense.
Sure.
Again, understatement. Understatement. All right, so you're 0 for 1, but that's okay. You got 4 more picks left.
Yeah.
All right, let's see how we do on our second pick
feeling
from
good.
on a Muley Postgame Excuse Friday on CMF. Over under 70 yards rushing for James Cook. Oh, what happened? What happened?
Ooh, tricky.
What happened?
I'm going to take the under.
Oh!
It's first.
I'm seeing a different game.
But wouldn't the sloppy weather lead to more balls on the
I
ground?
don't think it's going to be that sloppy. I don't think it's going to be the sloppy you're thinking.
No, I
So
hear
you don't believe
I-
in the weather.
It's Miami sloppy. It's different.
Yeah, no,
it
I
doesn't.
hear you.
It doesn't rain all day in Miami.
Okay. You're taking under 70 yards rushing for James Cook.
I'm seeing the game different.
Okay, you haven't seen any of the game yet this season.
No, but in my mind's eye, baby.
Can I just point out?
Yeah.
It's not going to be sloppy.
Yeah.
Nobody could stand up straight on that field last night. Guys were falling all over the place.
But it wasn't as bad, I guess, as they thought it could be, right? It's not like it was raining during the game.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But James Cook, you had him under 70 yards. Last night, James Cook,
Oh, he was on fire.
11 carries, 2 touchdowns on the ground for 78 yards.
Oh man.
over.
You're not going to give me that
No.
Why would I
it
get you
was
lost?
over.
Why would you give it? Why?
because I was that close.
Why don't we give it to the
It wasn't
Dolphins?
71. It was 78.
Yeah, 78. Yeah.
You guys are all so picky.
It's,
If you
it's,
round up, it's 80.
it's 8 yards, man. That's a lot of yards.
No, it's not. It's 8.
It's 2 more than 6.
Well, I'll give you that.
By the way, James Cook also added a 17-yard touchdown catch.
So he got 3 touchdowns.
3 first-half touchdowns, which tied
Yeah.
a franchise record.
Wow.
And if the Bills were in need of more in the second half, he'd have gotten it. That whole fourth quarter was a Ray Davis explosion, right? Like, that guy runs like a bowling ball. Rookie this year.
Yeah.
Like, he could have had 5 touchdowns if the Bills needed him to do that. The Dolphins couldn't stop the run.
Yeah.
They could not stop the run, which is what we tried to illustrate to you yesterday when you picked the under on carry or on yards for James Cook.
Okay. Oh, you missed about 8 yards. It's so much.
Look, I don't know why you're upset. I mean,
Because you should give it to me.
no, you got 3 more picks. You are 0-2. You're 0-2, but that's
Yeah.
okay. It's a special Muley postgame excuse Friday on a Victory Friday here in the break room on CMF. Let's get you on the win chart, buddy.
All right.
See what happens here
Let's do it.
for our third pick on CMF. Over under 2.5 total touchdowns for Josh Allen.
So I think this is going to be the Josh show.
Well, last week was the Josh show.
Doesn't mean you can't have another one.
True.
All right. The reason you're paying him all that money. So I think he's going to put on a real clinic.
Okay.
And I ain't buying the injury. That is some. I think they're
They're
Overselling
overselling
it?
it.
Oh,
Oh yeah, this is a Clapton move, man. This is hand jive all the way, baby.
go home now.
Hand.
So you don't believe in the injury? You don't think it's a real thing?
I don't think it's that bad.
Okay.
But I think they put the glove on to make it look bad, just to make him think like
All right.
he's weak.
Okay. Before you make a decision, I want to say this.
All right, I'm not going to hold off on my decision.
You know.
I'm holding.
You know where my seats are in that game. I'm right on the Bills sideline.
Yeah.
I'm right there. When he came out of the game, and as they looked at his hand, they had backup quarterback. They told Mitchell Trubisky to go start taking snaps.
Yeah.
That's how worried they were
That's
about
the
it.
play, baby. That's
In the moment, they were
That's
in
the
that-
theater. They practice this crap in front of the cameras to get you suckers to buy into it.
So then, over under 2.5 total touchdowns for Josh
I'm
Allen.
going wait. Taking the over.
You're taking the over.
Yeah.
Dominant game by Josh Allen. Kimmy, watch out. Here
4
he comes
touchdowns,
again. Oh, the
4
team,
total touchdowns?
The team had 4
Yeah.
total touchdowns. Josh Allen last night, 13 of 19, 139 yards, 1 touchdown.
Wait a minute. There was 4 touchdowns, and he's the quarterback.
James Cook
just
ran
told
2
you.
touchdowns.
How did James Cook get the ball?
He handed it off. to him.
Handoff?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That
count.
doesn't count.
That guy
Nice
was.
try.
You want to argue for Jamarcus Ingram too, because Josh was watching it happen, the pick 6 that he had. You want to
I'm
argue for
just
that?
saying.
Are you just
man,
saying what?
It was an amazing night for Josh Allen.
It was amazing
He
that
stepped up to Mahomes' level of football.
he didn't even have to take a shower after
That's
the game.
how cool this dude is.
Can I also point out how
Yeah.
Tommy said the hand was fake?
It's jive.
He wore
Yeah.
the glove.
Yeah.
They had to tape
It's
his
an
fingers
intense
together.
looking
Of course,
glove.
they got to tape it. They, the Mummy too. They wrapped him up. It was just an actor.
Yeah, the Mummy didn't throw for 139 yards and a touchdown. And Kimmy, that third and
I
shorter,
thought the Mummy went to Notre Dame in the
witness one for the Mummy.
Remember they had the Mummy line?
Well, the glove looked like extra long too.
It's
Like it
a-
was longer
Well,
than
he's
his
got
actual
big hands.
No,
a
I
big
No,
man.
no, no. Like if you saw both of his hands together, the glove made his fingers
Oh.
longer.
What she's saying is the glove was hiding something else.
Oh.
But there was a fumbled exchange
Yeah.
early on in the game.
Yeah.
So that mattered. And he only ran the ball twice for 2 yards, which tells me, hey, you take off.
They had a different plan.
Exactly.
Protect the hand.
And by the way, Miami finally figured out how to slow down Josh Allen. Keep turning the ball over. That was by far the worst statistical night Josh Allen has ever had against Miami, and the Bills won by 3 touchdowns. And I'm not saying that he played poorly, because he didn't. He played amazing.
Yeah.
They didn't need him.
Yeah.
We've never really gotten to see Kimmy game manager Josh,
No,
but that was a beautiful sight.
I think that's what the Bills would love for Josh Allen to do more.
What
You
I was amazed by last night, my fear was always if you put Josh in that kind of situation, when you needed a Josh throw, he wasn't going to be in the mindset to give it to you, but he did. He had that pass for 30 yards to the middle, between 3 defenders to the middle of the field and Shakir, the one that Poyer hit him in the head with that got the extra 15. And then you had that route down the sideline to running back Ty Johnson. He's the only quarterback in this league that can make those 2 throws.
Yeah.
And he did it.
And I saw it, man. I felt it.
You felt it? No,
Yeah.
you felt
It.
3 touchdowns.
I felt
and
it.
he got 1. So it's a miss. All right, that's okay. Hey, look, you got
I can't believe I called such a beautiful game and I get nothing.
such a beautiful game. Many people are saying game was beautiful. Bro, you got 2 shots left, so you don't go over.
All right.
All right, let's get to our 4th pick from Tommy on CMF. Do the Bills win? And if not, do they keep it within or under 3 points?
I'm calling for a Bills win.
Okay, Bills win.
Bills
Got you
win.
there. Okay,
All
so
right.
they're definitely going to cover that then because they're going to win.
I think they're going to cover the 3.
Okay, listen, stupid.
If they win, they automatically
Yeah,
do.
they're
All right.
dogs.
Well, hold on.
He doesn't understand.
I know.
He's got more.
I think it's not going to be a blue.
Oh,
Okay.
no blue?
No. This game's going to be tight.
Tight game.
Oh, it's going to be tight. They're going to keep it tight the whole game.
Okay. So what? So if it's not 10, what's it going to be?
7.
7? That's not tight.
Six,
That's a
six.
full possession win.
Yeah, but that's a tight game considering these offenses.
Okay, it's a one score.
You got 2 of the high-powered quarterbacks.
Two high-power
gotta be
quarterbacks. One that only had scored 14, 17 points last week. High-power quarterback. So here's the problem. You were right that they won and they covered.
And then he went a little too far.
You just don't stop talking.
Yeah, but Tua got knocked out of the game.
What's the point?
Well, maybe he would have scored more.
Maybe.
But, he got hurt.
The Bills were up
we-
31-10 when he got
didn't.
hurt.
You never know. He could have rallied, man. If
21
he didn't get that concussion.
There were 20 minutes left, and they needed 21 points.
But he could have made it. He could have gotten 2.
Coulda, yeah, but that's how it happens. So
I don't
Kimmy-
think when the quarterback gets a concussion, I should be held against me.
All right, we're gonna let the
pick.
We're gonna let the commissioner make.
Oh,
the
Well, you know
decision.
where she's gonna
Look,
go.
I can admit that I'm biased, and I want to see you fail.
No, she's harsh.
Listen, the question was, do the Bills win?
But he went and said that the Bills will not blow out the
And if-
Dolphins, and that's
yeah.
It'll
what.
be tight.
Yeah, but
But I was planning on Tua completing the game.
If he completed the game, he would have thrown 2 more picks.
I don't know. You don't know that?
Oh, I do.
You might have straightened it out.
Did you see the one he threw to James Ingram? Just
Well,
once.
why
Can we find a way to find?
Was that deflection one or the one
No,
where it
that
was
was
just
the
straight
one
into
where he
his
just
arms?
straight up couldn't make it out of
He
bounds.
tried to throw it out of
Yeah.
bounds, and it didn't make
Yeah.
it. Jamarcus Ingram. was
Oh,
a jerk.
just hammer me, man.
Okay, all right.
She was gonna give it to
No,
you.
she wasn't.
Yes, I was.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was because I
And
said
I don't want it
Pat's-
anyway.
Okay,
Because then I owe you.
you didn't even fight for it.
He's a defeated man.
I know.
Well, no, you kick me around all the time.
No, he's like
No.
Jalen Waddle on
I
the
was
sideline
gonna
last night.
say.
Oh no, he's bad. He's really bad.
Yeah, I was gonna give it to you because Pat's initial question was, do the Bills win? And if they don't, do they cover? And you said they win. So I was gonna give it to you, and then you said, nah, I don't even care. I don't even care about the pick.
He's like that girl that would write those MySpace away messages with song lyrics. And what's wrong? Nothing's wrong. It's just life. All right, so you're 0 for 4 then with the commissioner's decision. You got one more chance to get on the board here. Well, you got your bonus pick from yesterday.
yeah.
I'm sure this will be just fine.
They were on the sidelines.
I believe this was said yesterday in the room by our 2 experts. This is the most feasible pick Tommy
they
has
did.
ever made as a bonus pick. All right, so let's see what happened on the first pick. Duffy.
That's so fast, buddy. I think this game's going to be epic on both sides of the ball. I think you're going to see one of the best Thursday night football games ever. And I know they haven't been playing that long. You're going to be talking about this game for a long time.
But that's based on opinion.
It's going to be good.
'Cause it could-
It's going to
the
be like
Bills
that
could win and
Kansas
you'd be like,
City
"Epic."
game. 13 seconds, crazy ass.
Why would you
back
say that
and
out
forth.
loud again, you
It's going to be
jackass? I know,
amazing.
Why
I
would you do
know, I
that?
know.
And Josh is going to be the hero of this game. It's going to be amazing to watch. It's going to be
That's
entertaining.
not a bonus pick, you idiot. That's not quantifiable. You need to pick something.
But that's quantifiable.
It's not.
Josh is going to win this game for him.
What does that mean?
Okay, so
It's
you
going
think
to come to one
down
possession,
to-
and it's going to be Josh scoring a
All right,
touchdown.
we have something now.
Josh scores in the last.
winning touchdown.
Whether his arm or his foot, or his busted ass hand, and everybody thinks is like going to be amputated
What's he doing with
because
his feet?
he's going to either run. It's going to be him. It's going to be all him.
So you're saying in the last 3 minutes, Josh will win this game by scoring?
Yeah, it'll come down to that possession. He will win this game, and the 72 Dolphins, because they roll them all out there, and they're gonna be so amazed.
Oh my God!
That they're going to applaud Josh Allen.
No.
Oh.
Yes.
Are you
Larry
honest?
Zonka is
don't
going to
know
go
what's happening.
over. He's the only one left, and he's going to shake his hand.
Josh didn't even play in the last 3 minutes. Mitch Trubisky was out there.
But we did find out that Larry Zonka is alive.
Yes, we
Thank
did.
God.
We haven't checked this morning.
True. That game could have killed him.
You went over.
We went over.
It's-
Hey, you love it.
I do actually. This is like the best possible outcome.
He had a great first week.
You did well. He had a 500 first week,
Yeah.
right?
Well, that's good.
Pretty good in this league.
Okay, so not only Kimmy did the Bills win,
Yeah.
not only was it a division win, not only was it in amazingly impressive fashion, but Tommy Muley somehow went 0 for 5 predicting the Bills were going to play well.
But Larry Zonka lives.
Larry Zonka, he's going to die this weekend. You just killed Larry Zonka.
I was amazed at how many of those guys are gone when I looked up.
Why is that amazing?
Yeah.
They played football in the 70s.
No,
man.
but like a lot,
yeah.
I didn't realize that many.
Bro, just think about what we saw with Tua last night.
Yeah,
I know.
seriously.
And then go back to they had no protocol for any of that.
Bob Greasy's still alive, man.
Is he still alive?
Yeah, he's in his late 70s.
Good for him. Good for him. All right. Maybe
Yeah.
after 9 o'clock when we have our good buddy from the Buffalo Plus YouTube channel, podcast, and 13 Wham. He is live in Miami still. He was there last night. You got a problem with his outfit.
Miami Dan.
He might be tied up still trying to get out of his sport coat.
Too hot for sport coat last night.
No, there was so many sports coats.
It was amazing. No, he's not kidding. I was surprised how layered up some people were.
Live from Miami, and you should listen for next week so you know what you're talking
Mr.
about.
Pastel.
Dan Fates from 13 Wham joins us to get back into this game here on a post-game Friday on CMF. You feel stressed?
Every time I walk in his room,
You look stressed.
I feel it. Why?
Well, it turns out that we are way more likely than anyone else in America to be stressed.
Oh, sure.
Why is Rochester so stressed?
Oh, the city itself.
Oh, my goodness.
Stressing.
Yeah, we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You know what's great about Rochester?
Oh, yeah.
You get most of the conveniences of a big city with a much slower lifestyle.
Oh, yeah.
Gives us a chance to catch our breath, not be freaking out all the time, right?
Not so much pressure.
Yeah. Wrong, bitch!
Whatever.
Turns out we're stressed as hell all the time.
Why? More than other places?
Oh, it's so bad, in fact, Tommy.
Yeah, how bad is it?
We're one of the worst cities in America when it comes to how stressed we all are on a daily basis.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Rochester is a top 50 stressed city in America.
We're stressed out.
That's right. This according to a new study released last week. Rochester came in at 45th overall.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
Why is that?
One thing, like, we don't get, like, hurricanes, right? Like, right now there's a massive hurricane hitting the south.
Sure.
We never get those.
No, we don't.
If we get tornadoes, they weekend.
Again, there was a story
There were a
how
lot
this is.
year.
We might be one of the biggest tornado places in the country this summer.
But it ain't Kansas, bro.
Okay, it ain't
And
Kansas.
we don't get earthquakes. If they are, they ain't
We
nothing.
also get earthquakes.
They're
now.
popcorn
Okay,
farts.
for now.
So, like,
You're
everything
putting
we
this
get.
all on weather and
Well,
climate.
I'm just thinking, like, because the weather's a big you know,
Yeah.
thing. Like, you got to deal with
Yeah.
it. We always know the snow's coming. We know how to deal
Right.
with it.
Okay.
There's the traffic's light.
I have two reasons that are listed in this study. Do you want to take a shot at the two?
I'm going to say taxes.
Nope.
Or the economy.
Okay, poverty rate is one. I'll give you that. Big
All
one.
right. All right.
Want to take a second shot?
Crime.
No. Poverty rate was one, which understandable. That'll stress you out.
All right.
We also rank high in divorce rate.
Oh.
Did you know that?
No.
According
Well,
to the study.
I chipped in.
According to the study,
And I'm from out of town.
it says we have one of the highest divorce rates in America.
Wow.
Do we know where we can find that statistic on its own? Did you guys know that?
No, I did not. I didn't know we were, like, heavy into that.
Yeah, neither did I. Now, here's the thing. I'm with you, man. It doesn't make much sense. I mean, obviously, money and an ex can turn your life upside down
Sure.
and pull your hair out. But outside of those two things, I wouldn't have considered Rochester, the greater Rochester area, to be a stressful place.
But look at our buddies. We got a lot of buddies that are divorced.
Yeah. But I don't know. Like, I don't look at, like, I'm divorced. Rochester is, I guess I'm looking at it maybe the wrong way. Like,
Yeah.
we hear people are stressed. I don't know. Because, like, if you were like, you can be married, but you have to go through traffic and they have in Atlanta, New York, or LA every day, I'd tell my wife I'm not coming home.
Yeah. Yeah, it's brutal.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we still have a lot to do compared to other places our same size around the country. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And, like, I know financially it sounds crazy with the housing issues that we have here, but Rochester is still one of the best cost of living versus quality of living
If you can
places
get
in
in,
America.
yeah.
Yes. What about living in the greater Rochester area stresses you out? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And it's funny because I asked this question to the two least stressed people on the planet because neither of you have anything to be stressed about.
I will say when I watched the news, I just picked this up from watching the news when I was on vacation early in the morning,
Okay.
and how the news down there was different from the news up here.
Well, because they open up every break with, bless your heart.
And grits. We seem to lead, like, if you watch the news like at night, they seem to lead with a lot of, like, shootings and car accidents,
Okay.
where they didn't seem to do that down there.
Oh.
Now, I don't know if they had the same amount, because I always figured the town I was in was similar size.
Okay.
And I just noticed that the news looked different.
Okay. So you're saying it's a perception.
Well, just like you're not bombarded by it.
Well, I'm saying the perception of everything
Yeah.
around you is
Yeah,
stressing
as
you out.
everything's falling apart.
But it's okay. All right.
I,
Okay.
I didn't get that vibe when I was watching the news down there, and compared to when I watched it. You know, we all watch the news up here.
Okay, that's a good
I
theory.
mean, us.
Yeah, sure. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy,
Yeah.
what stresses you out?
I mean, I do feel like I feel more stressed, and I don't know if this has to do with the weather, but I do feel like there are seasons where I'm just more, I don't know if it's depressed, but I just don't have a lot to look forward to.
Okay.
So that can be stressful, and that like weighs on you. Not,
Okay, all right.
She
All
hates
right,
the
all right.
winter.
Hold on.
She
All right,
hates the
I
dang
shouldn't
winter.
have said.
No,
I
I'm
shouldn't
gonna
have
let you-
said stress. You can't tell people what they're
Here
stressed
we go.
about.
You can't tell me.
Like, I'm
how to
Pat.
feel.
I got so much going on. I got to go to the gym today. I'm so stressed out.
I am stressed out about that. I'm very tired. Very tired.
But like, there are things in your life that you could be stressed about: relationships, friendships. I mean, like things
Got
that
rid of those.
health issues, like.
Health issues, absolutely.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
there
You
are
get the
things
health
going
issues?
on
I do,
in
yeah,
people's
no, yeah.
lives that you don't know about. They don't share with
No,
you.
but like what you know, I love you, Kimmy. You know, you're like a sister to me.
Yeah.
But you just said you're stressed out about not having.
I
stuff
didn't.
to
I shouldn't
do.
have said it like that. But I'm saying you're talking about what. I don't know. Like I wouldn't call it depression, but there
Okay.
are points in the year where I do feel like I don't know, down, I guess.
You know what it sounds like?
What's up?
Sounds like she's getting stressed right now.
You make me stressed.
Well, she doesn't like the dank. Her and I had the same
Like
thing about
I
winter.
just feel like I'm in such a better mood when I'm outside and the sun is hitting my face. You know what I mean?
Okay. Can I throw out a theory?
Yeah, knock yourself out.
As we learned today that Rochester is in the top 50 most stressed cities in America. Could it be our general attitudes in the greater Rochester area? Because forever...
Just negative.
Well, we've been a chip on our shoulder town.
Mm-hmm.
What, you think you're better than me?
Yeah.
You think you're better
That's
than
true.
me? We're always comparing ourselves to everyone else. We compare ourselves to Buffalo and Syracuse, so we crap all over them.
Mm-hmm.
You compare your side of the river that you live on to the other side of the river, you crap on the other side.
Right.
You compare your town on your side of the river to other towns on your side of the river, and you crap all over them. You then compare your neighborhood that you live in to other neighborhoods in the town you live in, and you crap all over them. Rochester has passed down through generations this never-ending dong measuring contest.
True.
And it feels, based on growing up here and living here my whole life, we're never content. And to make it even worse, like we're allowed to crap all over everything here.
Yeah.
But if someone craps on Rochester, we are quick to bring the claws
Well, it's
out.
family then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But at the same time, most people who live here crap all over Rochester. So we're worried about what other people say about us while finding all of the things wrong with where we live. And that seems like a pretty big recipe for unneeded stress.
That's a good point.
Thank you.
I do think there's one thing we're missing here,
What's that?
and being an outsider but living here for 30 years,
Mm-hmm.
everybody lives too close to their family.
Ooh.
Like, and I mean like on top of each other.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And that could cause a lot of family stress.
I know a lot of families that live in the same neighborhoods.
You could walk to your mother's house.
Yeah.
You could walk to your kid's house. You're in each other's business, and it creates a lot of
That
tension.
could also lead to divorces.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that's a great
Yeah.
call. That's a great call.
Y'all too close.
Is living close to family the reason you're the most stressed? Because, yeah, I got to admit, that plays into it sometimes.
But
Yeah.
at the same time, like I'm guessing that also can take away some stress. Like if you're somebody with young kids and you need mom or dad to help out.
But now they're stressing because they got to watch the kids.
He's
Yeah.
right. He's right.
And they ain't got the money.
True.
They're on a fixed income, and you don't appreciate it.
By the way, I couldn't find a list where Rochester even cracked the top 25 cities with the highest divorce.
Okay. Right. I mean, that's
Which is
possible.
interesting.
It's very possible unless this is brand new. Who knows?
So just get away from your family.
Well, no, I mean, I would love to see
Dump your family.
I would love to see a study done deeper into that because not only do you have a lot of people that live near their family in Rochester, there are also cultures where family life can get tense.
Yes. And it's going to get tense.
No, but I think more tense than some other, I grew up in Gates, right? So all my friends were Italian.
Right. And they all live next to each other.
And they either love each other or hate each other, and they can do that within the same 15 minutes.
Right. And as soon as that person walks out of the room, they crap all over them. Like the most relaxed I ever got was when I moved up here, away from all my family.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
It was nice.
That makes a lot of sense.
I was under no obligation at all.
We did get a tweet from Ryan who says Rochesterians are generally underpaid compared to other places.
Yeah, but our cost of living is also lower. I mean, look, I get what you're saying, and maybe everything
But maybe
is,
that's shifting now. I don't know.
That's a good call. Yeah, now
Yeah.
that the housing prices are coming out of balance, you got people with more money coming to town. We're starting to
Right.
feel it more, right? But yeah, I like the family thing a lot.
Oh.
But here's the thing: it's not like you can look at your family and be like, "You're stressing me out. I can't live near you."
No, you're
anymore."
handcuffed home.
Exactly.
Sucks.
You know, the biggest thing, no matter depending on what stresses you out.
Yeah.
On the other side of it, we also don't have a lot of outlets for stress in Rochester.
Yeah, there was like a brew
What do you mean, like
pub,
hobbies?
a wine tour,
What
I
are
think
some
we
place
have-
where they local distilleries
what
I
mean?
feel like we have access to actually a lot of those
or
types
a
of
festival,
Okay,
activities.
Hear you out,
or an
hear me out.
amusement park.
Oh, you mean like places you would have to go with your family?
I see.
Or you would have to ask your ex if you could take the kids too.
Well, what are we missing?
Most places aren't walkable. Right? I mean, you live in Pittsburgh. I love you. Like he did the chin up in the air without even realizing. Speak for yourself.
Very welcome. I thought we were like a good pedestrian city. though.
Some towns are. Some towns aren't.
Oh,
I mean, like, bro, I live in Henrietta. I can't walk anywhere.
true.
Right? I mean, Greece,
Yeah, you're right
Gates. Like, yeah, there's Pittsford, there's Victor. There are some neighborhoods in the city where, yeah, it's all walkable stuff, fine. But, like, most people who live in the greater Rochester area, if you're going to go somewhere, you got to get in your car. Whereas if you're in a bigger city, yeah, the traffic sucks, but you have the ability to clear your head and walk around.
Yeah, but
It is amazing what a walk will do to clear your head.
Oh, yeah,
That's
it does.
yeah,
It's
but
very
how many
therapeutic.
people? But how many people who can walk actually walk anyways?
But that's what I mean, because we're so not used to doing it.
Yeah. But there's other cities, man, where like you don't walk
Yeah.
anywhere. Like they're like you never get out of your goddamn car.
Maybe they're also stressed out.
Like Houston,
Okay, yeah. Okay, maybe
and they're all
Houston.
fat and stressed and sweaty.
All right, so if Rochester is one of the most stressed cities in America, what can we do to fix it? You just gave me a lot of great reasons.
Well, stop clinging to your goddamn family so much.
Well, can you say clinging? Like, if they...
Again, I think you probably live near your family for a reason. Would be my guess, right?
But like those, I think those reasons are obsolete. Like there was a time when
There was
families
a
stayed.
time.
There was
Come
a
on,
time,
we're trying to do
family
this thing.
time.
No, you can't time yourself. I have to time you.
All right.
Damn it.
You know, there was a time.
No, I don't want to do it anymore.
Jesus Christ. No, but like you needed
it's
your
not
family.
for you.
Right, thank you. It's like the 1800s, but like you don't need your family.
Well, no,
on
I
top
would
of-
argue you need your family more than ever, and it
You don't
goes
need your
both
family.
ways. Well, like if I had kids, I
Fashion
would,
ticket.
and I would imagine as when your parents age, they need you, and that's
There's
a
your
lot
stress
less of
there.
a trip though that I have to make if I live, 2 houses down.
No, to her point, the cost of childcare, you know how ridiculous it is. You need your parents more than ever on that side. And there's a new term coming out called the sandwich generation. People that are in their 40s and 50s right now,
Yeah,
or 30s, 40s, and 50s, that are taking care of teenage children and their aging parents
that'll kill you.
at the same time.
That will destroy you.
That's a lot of stress. So when you say you don't need your family, no, I would argue in the 1800s I could jump on the Oregon Trail, never see Ma or Pa again.
All right.
Now, if I jump on the Oregon Trail, hell, your stepson, your daughter-in-law, and your grandkids live in Chicago, and you still see them on a pretty regular basis.
yeah.
And when you see them, you are helping out with childcare.
Yeah.
They don't like you. They just need someone to watch their kid. Dumbest take you went from a really great take of family, like, wow, that was brilliant. Dude, you don't even need your family anymore.
I don't need my family. You don't need your family.
No,
you don't.
I do need my family.
No, you don't.
Yeah, but you're still a capable human being.
Are you talking to Tommy?
Yeah, but
wanna
I'm
try
saying
that
there,
again?
but there may be a time.
Capable.
There may be a
I
time.
guess that
Sorry, I
doesn't work.
stepped on it. My fault.
Where you will need a family member to help you out in
No,
some
I
way.
dropped dead. Who cares?
Look, we're all hoping you drop dead, but there is a possibility that you, languish.
Is that good?
No,
Oh.
it's not. It's like you trying to put together a sentence off the top of your head, but with life. Like you don't know where it's going.
I don't do languish.
No, I understand. And I think Kimmy hit it right on the head,
What's that?
right? Like the stress that your family brings you, you need to accept that stress
The
because
love.
of, well, no, not so much the love, but
Give and take.
Yes.
With the love
I-
comes stress.
I don't even mean love. I'm talking like in the most cynical way. Like, I need you to do this for me and my family. And in exchange, I am prepared down the road to do this for you.
All right.
And
So
nobody
it's give and take.
Yeah, but nobody's going to say that out. Nobody says that out loud, but
Yeah.
we think about it, right?
All right. So we're doomed. We're doomed to stress.
Well, this was a fun discussion, huh?
I guess.
Go Bills. Let's take a break.
All right.
Okay, how about a hobby?
Oh, I love a hobby.
That'll de-stress you. And you know what? I take back what I said because this is an outside hobby. This
Sure,
is an
you
outside
get
hobby.
fresh air.
Yeah. You know what would stress you out, Kimmy?
What?
Having to call the cops when you get trapped here doing this hobby.
How embarrassing.
Where you're doing a hobby and it goes bad.
So
And it's not like an intense hobby either.
I've never heard of this before.
I
Kimmy.
had to look it up because I
Okay.
did not know what this was.
Did you never heard of this hobby?
No, and you're gonna.
What?
It's like one step beyond metal detector guy.
I'm assuming this is what Eagle Scouts grow up to do.
yeah.
Oh.
I always thought this was more of a kid thing. I guess I was wrong.
Apparently not. We're going to tell you what one man had to be rescued while he was doing. And we'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. How is this a hobby?
What's that?
Like, grown-ass people do this hobby. Past the fact that a man doing it ended up in the news and needed to be rescued. Just the idea of the hobby is very strange because it would take someone you've never met before to hide something of no value that you then decide you're going to go find. That's the hobby. What I just described is the hobby. And I know that sounds insane, but Tommy, it turns out there's a community of people that are doing it.
Oh, okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. The story starts in the city of Rochester along the Genesee River.
Okay.
On Tuesday, police were called after what seemed to be a hiker saying they were stuck down a hill at the riverbed near Seneca Park.
Damn.
Right?
All right.
So the good news.
Good news.
Crews with ropes responded. They got him out. No one was hurt.
All right.
But it turns out, Tommy,
What's that?
this man was not hiking when he got stuck.
What was he doing?
He was geocaching? Caching?
Geocaching?
Geocaching?
I
What is
think
that?
that's what it's
Caching?
called.
What is it?
Okay. You're not familiar with geocaching?
I am not.
You're not?
Maybe it is geocaching.
Caching?
Geocaching?
Geocaching?
Are you trying to say like a vacation, like a
No,
geocation?
like catching.
So what do you do with this thing?
Kimmy, can you please pull up the Google definition of geocaching when you get a chance?
Geocaching is an outdoor recreational activity in which participants use a global positioning system, receiver, or mobile device and other navigational techniques to hide and seek containers called geocaches or caches.
Caches.
Caches?
Geocaching.
Is that
There
what
it is.
it is?
Ah, it's a cache of
Okay,
things.
could
We
be
nailed
right.
it.
So you're kind of like treasure hunting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
they like give them, basically somebody gives you coordinates.
And then
from
you
what
get
I
to
understand.
use those coordinates to find this thing and then
Yeah.
you win the
It's like,
points.
kind
but
of like
you-
a treasure hunt.
yeah, but
Yeah.
but there's no points. It's not like a league,
You just get like a plastic bin full of stuff.
and it's like worthless stuff.
So there is an actual thing you're going to find.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But from what I understand,
And somebody decided to hide it down
Yeah.
a ravine.
yes, a stranger hides it.
Oh.
A stranger hides it somewhere,
Right.
and then
You go find it.
Yeah, they're part of this community,
All right.
but I don't think it's anything of value.
No, I mean they show some like boxes of stuff above the definition, and it looks like a bin full of like dollar store items.
Oh, it's crap.
Wow.
But I mean, or somebody left like a receipt. So I don't know.
This is what you would have got.
Some like rocks.
So you're just testing your skills
And
with
gems.
GPS?
Yeah, you're kind of playing hide and go seek with
All
someone
right.
you never met before.
All right.
I guess it's more.
It's sad.
not so much what you're getting in the box. It's just locating it, being the first to it.
It's all about the hunt, man.
Yeah.
The hunt, baby. So there are apparently apps and websites where
Yeah.
folks will leave these GPS coordinates of places, of things they've left. And folks who participate then go on the site, they get the coordinates, they use their navigation and outdoor skills to find them based on GPS coordinates, and that's it. That's the hobby. Hide and seek.
All right.
So this is like outdoor nerd stuff?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Like bird
Well,
watching or
I could
anything
get-
else.
I
get-
understand, I guess,
You don't
why.
get anything out of it.
To me, it's a kid thing. Like I could see kids like totally being into this and having fun, like looking for like a treasure. I
Buried
guess,
treasure,
right?
yeah.
I don't get like the older set being into it because again, you're not getting anything of value.
But it sounds
You're
like,
getting a bunch of kids' toys like what they show in these pictures.
But I got the impression based on my little research of geocaching, caching, that this was almost exclusively old people doing this.
I think
I
as
don't
you
know.
age, you start to revert back.
Yeah,
My old
could
man
be.
did it.
Here we go.
Remember he was playing the crane game at Walmart?
I never stopped playing the crane game.
So some people never grow up. Some people come back to it.
Okay, I'm really good at the crane game. I'm just saying.
But I wonder if like all those old stuff like that I played with as a kid, like guys my age are now buying it and playing with it.
Maybe. Okay, I guess that's a theory. I look at this as like guys who finished Boy Scouts but never really wanted
Yeah.
to get out of Boy Scouts,
Okay.
right?
And you're gonna brag about it, right? Like you know, there's guys that brag about how tough it was to find this box of crap,
Okay, but who
what they had to go through, and they
you-
get it first.
who are you bragging to?
And people that don't care.
No, but that's just
All
it.
brags go unanswered.
No, but like there are some brags, even if I don't care, I understand why you're bragging. You got a new car, it looks pretty cool. All right, I get why you're bragging.
yeah, this is an empty brag.
Oh, you threw for 300 yards in a high school football game? I don't care. I
Right.
get why you're bragging. If you look at me and you go, I found a bin full of $7 worth of dollar store materials using GPS coordinates, it's not even, I don't care and it doesn't matter.
But that's not going to shut guys up. Nothing does.
252 WCMF. 252-9263. All right. It looks like we have some folks that are into this. This is like sometimes names just match up perfectly with what things are happening. Because, again, we're talking about this. I think, is it geocaching?
It's geocaching.
Yes, geocaching.
I've been corrected.
All right. If I had to pick a name of a guy that would be into geocaching,
what do you got?
I would go first with Noah.
Oh, yeah.
And Noah's on CMF. Hey, Noah, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on?
What up?
Yeah, I just had to call to correct you guys real quick.
Please, because the last thing I want to do is misinterpret the geocaching community in the break room.
Maybe in France it's like geocache, but I don't know. Not here.
So, what you got there, pal?
So tell us what we need to know, Noah.
All right, so you guys are right. You can find stuff in these geocaches, but mostly there's just like a little logbook, and you sign your name, and then you leave some. If you take something out, you got to leave something in it.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right.
It's an exchange.
There's a whole community of like people, and it's really just like a competition to see who can get the most. So there's an app online, or like an app on the App Store, and there's people with like 10,000 logs on like geocaches. Like they travel around the country, around the world to find these.
We didn't know that. Now it makes it really impressive.
So, are you married?
No.
You got a girlfriend?
I do.
Okay.
Does she do this too?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I get
That's
that.
where she draws the line.
Okay, I get that.
Hey, Noah, how old are you, buddy?
Yeah,
27.
Man, you're a kid doing this, man.
I would think like the 27, 20, 30, 40, not in the typical age range of people that do this.
So I used to do it all the time when I was like a kid.
Yeah.
Me and my dad would go walk around and find them. But then once I actually moved up here to the city, I downloaded the app and I saw there's like hundreds all over the city. So I just started walking around and riding my bike around.
Hot Noah in the city. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so all right, Noah, look, you sound like a really nice guy, and I'm glad you have a hobby. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
It's more the thrill of the find.
Yeah, you could just go and take a walk or a hike.
Well, that's the point. You take a walk, and then you might find you might find a dollar bill in one of them.
Wait,
you take the dollar bill and you leave a quarter, or
so you're a dick. Noah, thanks for. I'm sorry, buddy.
Something, you leave something.
Okay, all right. Noah, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I want a whole dollar.
And I left a quarter.
I don't get it.
I'm trying really hard not to judge. I'm trying hard.
Now. Remember when the Pokemon Go craze was happening and you would just see people all over the place like looking around on their phones?
Okay.
It's kind of a similar idea in a way. So I could see like that was huge. So I guess if you're getting the same thrill out of this, it makes sense that so many people are into it.
The pot's legal now, man. Go relax.
Oh, you could do both.
Yeah, I feel like, can you be stoned and...
No,
you might get lost.
Then you got 10 guys in a ravine.
No, I mean, that's a good comparison, Kimmy, with the Pokemon Go. I forgot about that. But
that was like adults that were into it.
But I understood that because you were like living in this weird like alternate reality on your phone where like, look, there's Pokemon, not my thing, but I kind of get why that would be cool. It's like virtual reality.
This get you out, moving, looking for things. I don't know. I think it's more like the thrill of the hunt.
But you found $1.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this gentleman who was stuck down the giant hill near the Seneca River. Near Seneca Park, near the river at Seneca Park. I'm sorry. I was up late watching that game. I stayed up to watch Mitchell Trubisky knee it out for the Bills.
Oh, wow.
But he got stuck. Everyone thought he was hiking. Turns out he was geocaching. Caching. Well, who matters? 252-WCMF. Keith's here. Hey, Keith. How are you, buddy?
Doing well. How are you?
Good, man.
So I geocached a lot when I was a kid. It was my parents' way to get me and the siblings out of the house and to be able to just, walk on a trail. This was before they had it on apps or anything. So my parents would go on the computer with a big box on the back of it and find the coordinates and get a trail map, and then it would just turn into a treasure hunt once we got around the area, and it was just a good way for us to just bond as a family growing up.
Okay, that I understand. That's really sweet, and it's great.
I would never talk to my family again if they did that to me.
Hey, you better be careful. You got little ones.
Oh, bro, Tommy
that could be into this. Your Grandpa Tommy leading the way.
Keith, how old are you now, bud?
Right now I'm 30.
Do you do it still?
No, but it's something I'm married and I have some kids. It's something that I would probably introduce to them when they're old enough.
Okay.
Don't do it.
Well, yeah.
I get it. No, that's a good way
There's
to
like
get
a
your kids out
million
and
things
about.
to do with old man treasure hunt.
No, but this would be free.
Stop by a restaurant on the way home. It's a good time.
No, it's not.
We look. I mean, I get it. Although I'm with you, I hate trail walking. Like my wife wanted to make us a trail family, and I tried it once. I was like, I'm never.
Are you don't like walking on
Trail
uneven
family.
ground for hours?
Oh, hey, look! There's now all of a sudden there's a creek here, and you got shoes on. Doesn't matter. Now they're wet. Like, why are we doing this here?
I know.
Why are we effing doing this right now? Have you heard of Inside? The mall goes for a really long time. We can just walk that back and forth. How about
we
that?
sent Lewis and Clark out, and then we developed it.
Keith, thanks for the info, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You too.
All right, take care.
I will say, though, with this hobby, it only takes one dick to ruin it.
That's everything.
What gives you the impression that men that are using GPS coordinates to
I'm
find
gonna leave some
dollars?
dirty stuff in here.
Yes.
Well, no, that Tommy would then want to do it. Think about that, free porn. Back in the day, when you paid for porn, when you didn't have this America of free pornography.
You're welcome.
The biggest worry I would have if I'm a grown man doing this by myself is not looking nerdy, because again,
By yourself, too.
Well, yeah, nobody would know you're doing it.
Yeah, kind of.
No, but that's the problem. You would look super suspicious.
Oh, yes, you would.
Doing this. Going to isolated places by yourself,
Looking around.
Yes, exactly.
It would look like you lost something.
Kimmy, let's say you're standing outside.
Yeah, your social skills.
And you see someone standing by themselves, wandering around, like kicking the dirt around, and then all of a sudden they walk away. That man is doing something illegal, right? Without a doubt in my mind, I'm calling the cops. What the hell is that guy doing
where's
over
the
there?
body?
Yeah, yes. I've seen this on Netflix before.
Even Lonsberry, when he jogs, he just keeps it moving. Weirdo in the city.
Hot weirdo in the city. Boom, 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 boom.
Check me out at noon every day. I'll be at the pizza parlor or the horse barn.
He's not at the horse barn.
Oh. But you're going to meet me behind the horse barn.
Behind the horse barn. Thank you. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about geocaching. Has this been around a long time? I hope it's been around a long time.
That kid said he was doing it when he was a little kid.
Well, when I say long time, I don't mean like 20 years ago. I mean like 50 years ago.
Well, those would just be like
Probably.
treasure hunts, I guess?
Well, but to your point, how would you
Same
find?
thing.
I guess, yeah, but you didn't have any.
on a treasure hunt.
I bet you this all came about with like the rise of people on the internet and having access to the internet, because it seems like that's where the community started to grow.
And I think you're right. I do want to point out, though, that was the oldest woman thing she's ever said.
Well,
this all came about
I
with the
don't know how
rise of
else you'd-
people on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Well, I'm saying like having access to it in your home.
Gotcha. Okay.
And this is the best we can come up with. With all the technology we have.
Well, I mean,
Let's go look for a box of crap.
look, along with Kimmy's Pokemon Go comparison,
It's like
which
a
is good.
simple,
I mean, you
simple
talk.
concept.
If you listened to the show earlier this week when Tommy got back from Charleston, you saw Blackbeard the pirate's home.
Yes.
Right? And you didn't know Blackbeard was a real person.
Did not know that thing.
But everyone had Blackbeard facts
Oh
when
my
they were
God.
there, and they
Yeah.
loved Blackbeard. I mean, this is kind of something similar, right? Like you're going all over trying to find stuff that.
Hoping you find something maybe of value. I don't know if that's part of it too.
Bird
Like,
treasure.
there people maybe leaving like one or two like really valuable things in there?
Like $3?
I don't know, like some kind of collectible thing.
252 WCMF. Let's take one more call. Barbara's got the last word on geocaching. Hey, Barbara, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
It's so amateur if they got to use phone GPS. Because there was a time back when we were in the Scouts, to get your orienteering badge, you got a crumpled up topographical map, a tiny compass, and a divining rod to go look for what you had to get.
Okay.
We were tough back then, man.
The only thing, remember, Barbara, when I was like, who would brag about exactly what you just bragged
When
about?
I was a scout.
Yeah, but it was for the Scouts, and it was for a merit badge.
Okay, no, I mean, I get that. I know it's always fun. I think the Boy Scouts vastly overestimated how much we'd be alone in the woods.
Just in case.
Yeah, like here's how to get yourself out. I'm not remembering any of this. I'm just going to lay down and die here. That's what I'm going to do.
If it happens, yes.
Yeah, I'm going to dig myself a hole. I'm going to lay down and die.
So,
Barbara.
isn't there like 2 or 3 stories a year where somebody gets lost, like in a national park, and they got to send out like 200 people to look for them, and like they were only like a mile away from a road because they didn't know what to do.
That happens all the time, man.
But if that happens, doesn't that kind of prove my point? They probably learned it at some point. They ain't got it anymore.
Also, can we start tracking how many correct picks, danger, and Beached Whale Boys got correct.
Why you gotta hurt people on the second one?
That just sounded harsh.
Yeah, I mean, the Beach Boys is funny. Beach Whale Boy, that's painful.
Yeah, you'd have to add the whale.
You did the stink lights and everything. Yeah, we will keep track of their picks. Yes, we will do that, Barber. Great suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there goes Barber, who feels bad about himself. It was one of those things where he knew he went too far as soon as he said it. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
First of all,
what's that?
Well, look, I mean, the Bills are in season, and like we said, football season starting is a little sad for folks that love concert because it means the end of concert season. But there's still one big show coming.
This might be the biggest of the season.
And we got tickets for you. Go to WCMF.com, enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Outlaw Music Festival. Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, John Mellencamp, Darien Lake Amphitheater, September 17th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. We got Dan Fates from 13 Wham live from Miami, breaking down that brilliant game from last night. But before we get there,
what?
There was a story we told you a couple weeks ago about how they're looking to limit alcohol consumption in airports.
Yeah.
I got good news. They may not need to do that anymore.
Fantastic, baby.
Because it turns out... what? No, what? No, this is really good news for you.
For me?
Yeah. All these unruly things we've been seeing in airports have plummeted all of the sudden.
Look at that.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on CMF. We're getting back into this Bills game on a special post-game Friday in just a little while with Dan Fates live from Miami, buddy.
Oh, he's all Miami.
13 down to Miami. Okay, how long are we going to spend on making fun of his outfit when he gets on the phone?
I'll let you know when I get there.
Okay, great. But before we get there, hanging out in the break room on CMF, it was like a week ago we informed Tommy, and he was very alarmed, that an owner of an airline or a CEO of an airline is trying to recruit other CEOs to encourage the FAA to put a drink limit per customer on flyers in airports. And not just at the airport you're at. Like when you enter security for your
you're locked in
departing
for the
flight.
day.
Yes, until you're all the way done. His issue was he wanted 2 drinks per person. And his issue was all of the unruly customer, unruly passenger videos, problems that have shown up. You freaked out.
Yeah.
Because you love drinking in an airport.
Oh, yeah. It's built for drinking.
He's bought airline tickets to go nowhere just to go drink at the airport bar. Well, I've got some good news.
What's the good news?
It turns out that unruly airport behavior,
air rage,
is down 75%.
Wait, 75%?
75%.
Since when? Like, what's the measurement of time?
So in the last 3 years. So the numbers that this guy was using when he wanted this were from a couple of years ago, which was the last stuff. The numbers in the last 3 years have plummeted. Since January, they've only received 1,500 reports compared to almost 6,000 in 2021.
So we're cool, man.
And what's funny is the 3 reasons they give why it's dropping. One, different people are traveling. So, like, back when they were coming back from the pandemic, trying to make money, airlines slashed prices.
Yeah.
And they theorized that it was people who didn't normally fly, who didn't know the rules, and that caused friction, which caused unruly passengers. Theory number 2, no more mask mandates.
That's what I was thinking. Like, I bet you that there was an uptick during that time.
Several insiders, Kimmy, say that the mask arguments caused the most fights by far.
Between passengers and between staff.
Yes.
Like, it had to just be, like, chaos at all times.
So they said when the week they dropped the mask mandate in 2022, those incidents fell by 50%.
So it's COVID's fault.
Third one, and this is the funniest.
What's that?
Serving alcohol, again, they believe may have lowered the unruly behavior.
What do you mean?
So back when they opened up the airports, because of the whole mask mandate, they weren't serving alcohol, right? They didn't want you to take your mask down. So it turns out that people either just got drunk at the airport before they got on the flight.
Okay.
Or they snuck their own bottles through security and drank as much as they wanted without anyone cutting them off.
So unlimited source of alcohol.
Which is funny because any airport bar is pretty much an unlimited source of alcohol.
They encourage you to buy doubles.
No, they don't. They ask you if you want it.
No, but they'll say you. No, they will tell you for $2 I'll give you a double.
That's not an encouragement.
That's just letting you know the price.
No, he's telling. This is what I think. It's like going to like McDonald's.
It's a deal.
Okay, that's not.
Bro, if it's an $8 drink and he'll double down for an extra $2, that's a deal in my world.
It's a deal, but they're not.
A deal and an encouragement. He's not, hey, you should do
a deal is an
this.
encouragement.
Oh, my God. It is amazing.
If I offer you a deal, I'm trying to encourage you to drink more.
It is amazing the mental gymnastics alcoholics will do.
You don't understand words. There, I said it.
Thanks. That really hurt me. Don't do that again. So, I mean, the good news here.
What's the good news?
Is that you're fearing.
We're back, baby.
Yeah, I mean, if that third one is true, which is pretty funny, but it also makes sense, taking alcohol away or setting a 2-drink minimum may actually have the opposite effect.
Does it bring back the air buzz?
Especially for, so you know those, like, you've been in big airports where they have the duty-free shop?
Mm-hmm.
You can buy liquor.
Yes.
You're not allowed to open it in the airport. But how do they ensure you don't?
Right.
That I don't know.
Like, 'cause let's say I really wanted to get drunk and they cut off the 2, right? Couldn't I just go into the bathroom and slam that thing?
Right.
Well, yeah, but it's... Yeah, I guess you could.
I mean, what's stopping me? Is there like some kind of top on it that's like impossible? How would they know? What are they staring at me in the bathrooms, chugging this Absolute bottle?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Because like you can't buy alcohol in any other place but the duty free.
Right.
And I get that. And you would have to be traveling internationally to be able to purchase from the duty free. I could also talk someone traveling internationally, like the teenager outside the liquor store back in the day.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey, where you going? Where you going? You going to Europe? $20 extra, you buy me that Absolute bottle.
All right.
This is good news for you.
I'm loving it.
Okay.
What?
I'm a drunk.
No, but like it's so relaxing. You don't miss it when you're flying. You're an anxious flyer.
I can't drink and fly. I can't.
What do you mean? It takes the edge off. It's what it's there for.
No, it does the opposite for me. It makes me more like,
Really?
I'm more aware of what's happening.
Like as soon as I hear that beverage cart, I'm like, yes, we're at 10,000 feet. Let's do this.
Okay.
Right.
So had to make this one quick because we are running late today. There's been a lot to talk about with this Bills game, and it's super exciting and everything. And there was a man who was there. You saw him last night on 13 Wham. You saw him on social media. You have the Buffalo Plus that they are doing. Somehow, again, Mike Catalana, Jenna Cottrell, and this gentleman have the most popular Bills podcast YouTube thing in America.
Yeah, number one.
How the hell that happens, I don't know. But he's ready to join us.
Okay.
And you're very upset with his wardrobe.
I'm not upset. I just thought it was a little different.
But I thought you are somebody that could appreciate a little different.
I think he sees.
This was a lot of different.
I think he sees himself as you. Like he sees like you two as kindred spirits with the wardrobe.
And we've seen you make fashion mistakes.
And you kill me for it.
I love how you seen that. Like he's not doing it right now. Doctari over here. From 13 Wham, Buffalo Plus, live from Miami, Dan Fates helps us figure out. Do we now know what this team is after 2 games?
Oh.
Are we now aware? Are you not entertained?
I am entertained.
Well, you said 6.
I did say 6, and that's why I'm worried that this is. We'll get into it next here on CMF. Doing okay over there, Kimmy? All right.
Handoff goes to Cook, and a work through the middle, through a hole, and into the secondary. 30, 25, 20, 10, 5, flips into the end zone for the touchdown. 49 yards for James Cook, his third touchdown of the game. Oh, my.
As he said, Tommy said this morning, a big flip you.
Oh, yeah.
From James Cook to the Miami Dolphins last night. 31-10 victory for your Buffalo Bills. Can I just do a quick sidebar?
Yeah, side up.
So those flips into the end zone, they're becoming more common when people
Yeah, you see it a lot. Yeah.
They make me so nervous.
Same.
What are you doing?
Don't do this because it's cool looking, but it's only going to lead to disaster eventually.
Something bad is going to happen.
But the guys that do it, nobody's ever like face planted, right?
No.
Guys have gotten hurt literally jumping up and down.
Grammatica, the kicker, jumped up and down to celebrate a field
but
goal.
he's like a kicker. I mean, but the guys that run.
Guys have had weirder injuries doing weirder things. I'm just saying, look, it's fun, having a good time.
It's wicked cool.
Just be responsible with your body when you're scoring a touchdown.
Watch your body.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, speaking of watching your body.
Yeah, what do you do?
We value this man for his football analysis.
Oh, yeah, great kid.
He is live in Miami right now.
Yeah,
was at the game last night. But Tommy was not paying any attention to wasn't paying attention to anything he had to say about football. He was more distracted with his body.
Yeah.
And what was on his body. Let's welcome from 13 Wham and Buffalo Plus, somehow the most popular Buffalo Bills related podcast, video, YouTube content in America.
That's impressive.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
But they do a great job.
Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Fates. Hey, Dan, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys, how are you? I'm actually just about to check my bags here at the airport, so this will go well.
Okay, great. No, that's great. Awesome. Hey, thank you for timing that out well for us. We really appreciate that.
Had a lot of drops to be off, and I go, hey, by the way, I got Duffy this morning, and he goes, oh, yeah, forgot about that. And I was like, I didn't, but great timing dropping us off at this point.
I love how he goes, oh, yeah, I forgot about that, and then he drives away. All right, so, Dan, before we get into the football stuff, and we got a lot of football stuff to get into, Tommy has taken issue watching you on 13 Wham last night.
Okay, go on.
That sport coat. Was that like a confirmation gift?
I'm going to take fashion advice from you?
Bro, I was watching you try to breathe last night. It was making me uncomfortable.
Well, look, they call him Chesty Fates for a reason.
You know what he looked like?
What's that?
He looked like the son of one of Weeze's poker buddies.
Now, Dan, it sounds like you take a lot of pride in what you wear. Dan, you're a very fashionable guy.
I appreciate that.
Okay, but no, I don't know if it was a compliment. I was just pointing out to people. You have caused several controversies on social media and TV. You have done the hoodie under the blazer.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. You also do the cool sneakers with suits.
Yep.
And these are all things that Tommy Muley despises.
Yeah, we don't know why.
Yeah, well, didn't we talk about Robert Kraft wearing the shoes last year? And that he was all upset about that, but he said he can do it, but I can't or something?
Yeah, he owns a Bentley. You look like you deliver Bentleys.
Tommy looks like he needs to suffer for fashion.
Well,
like you refuse
I
to wear
in this room every day.
You refuse to wear comfortable shoes.
Yeah, except for your platform sneakers you're wearing right now. Are those from the Gene Simmons collection?
Yes.
All right, so Dan, getting into the game last night. I don't even know where to start because you can make the argument there are 3 or 4 MVPs from that game. Let's start with James Cook, who you heard there. 78 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground, and a touchdown through the air. Was that James Cook's coming out party?
Yeah, I think that was the first time we've actually seen him really go off in the way of the Bills have kind of hoped him to be that guy. And I think that he has shown flashes, but he's also had drops at times and missed opportunities. I think this was the first time that he really got together.
It's funny you say that because, like, last night it was Ty Johnson who caught that ball down the sideline, what they call a wheel route. And the first thing I said to the guys at Bill Gray's, I'm like, oh, look, they got a running back that can finally catch a wheel route because James Cook's dropped those. It's like his job to drop those for touchdowns last season, Fates.
Yeah, he's dropped the easy ones, and he's made difficult catches. But last night, whether it was the 4th down play early on in the game where they went for it, it was really impressive there because that was another kind of a touch pass, tricky, you got guys flying all around you. I thought it was a really nice design and to trust him.
All right, Tommy, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Right? Like, you're a guy who loves excitement.
Yeah.
Are you excited by running the ball, by the Bills running the ball?
Sometimes.
You need him to do a front flip for it to be exciting.
Yeah. You got to flip. Do something. Do something funny.
Because, Dan, do something funny.
Yeah.
Hey, make me laugh. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Come on.
Dan, it was one of those rare nights where they ran the ball well, but it was entertaining the entire time.
Yeah.
I mean, it does seem, based on the last 2 games, that McDermott is going to lean into this running game, ground and pound, use all 3 of his running backs, and hope Josh can pick his spots to be victorious.
Yeah, that was the type of game I think Sean McDermott wants to play. It was a smash mouth, big boy football game sprinkled in with some Josh Allen magic, like the throw to Ty Johnson. It was the perfect combination of we don't have to rely on Josh to do everything, but we can.
But maybe that's why Tommy didn't like it, because it was big boy football. And you're just a little boy. You're a little boy over there watching these little boy football games. I don't like it.
You hang out with little boys.
I don't like well, don't,
You
no,
drank
that's not how you wanted
sounded way worse than you
come out.
meant to.
You used to drink with me.
But I was also a little boy.
Yeah, 2 little boys drinking.
252 WCMF. Dan Fates from 13 Wham Buffalo Plus joining us live from the hottest part of Miami, the airport. Club Airport, Dan Fates. Hey, Dan, let me ask you, because you are a 2-time girl dad. Should it be 3-time girl dad? Congratulations.
Number 1.
What was that? Sorry, I finally now the lady that was just checking my bag was
great.
like, "What is wrong with you?" And she's like asking me questions like, "What's in my bag?"
Why are you?
And I'm just sitting. And I'm sitting there like, Josh Allen and James Cook, they're awesome. She just is looking at me like, what is this guy doing?
I know what's in your bag. A lot of product.
A lot of product.
How much Paul Mitchell do you fly with?
He doesn't know what that is.
I don't get the jabs in my fashion or the way that I look.
Ask Catalana.
You.
Ask Seabag how it works
Wait,
out.
no. Hold on. You should never ask Catalana anything about 1, how your face looks, or 2, how you should dress.
You got to ask yourself, why do you need so much product on a flight?
I love how you're trying to insult him, and you made yourself look 1,000 years old with your Paul Mitchell reference. All right, so Dan, as we go back to James Cook and running the ball, last night for the first time, really, we saw game manager Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Do you think Josh can actually do that on a regular basis if the running game is working?
I think he can. I think he can be smart enough. And like I said, you're still going to have. I didn't think Josh wanted to run a lot. He was wearing the glove on his left hand. He had 2 fingers taped. We could see after the game, so maybe it's just a broken finger and it doesn't really bother him. But if the Bills are going to be this physical and this much of bullies, and they can do I tweeted out a picture of when James Cook broke the 49-yard touchdown run. Josh has his arms up when Cook's at the 30-yard line. He knows it's in, which, by the way, he just pretty much ran right past Jordan Poyer like he was standing still, but that's another point. In the back of the picture, you have Spencer Brown and Alec Anderson just pancaking a Dolphins defensive end. They played, this was an ass-kicking. There's no other way to put it. The Bills just kicked the Dolphins' ass in a more physical style of play, and it was very entertaining. For a team that ran the football a lot, that was a fun way to watch a team just smash the Dolphins in the mouth.
It's big boy ball, bud.
Oh, it's right here.
Big boy ball. Okay, so, Dan, I'm glad you brought up the whole – so Jordan Poyer, we see Jordan Poyer, former Buffalo Bills legendary safety, now with the Dolphins down in Miami. And Jordan Poyer will forever hold a place in our hearts, right? Captain
People
of the team.
love him, right?
Well, I mean, he's a guy who couldn't fly because of a punctured lung.
Yeah.
So he took.
Is that it?
Whatever. The pressure in the plane was going to mess up his lung.
He drove there.
He took a bus from Buffalo to Kansas City to play in a football game because he couldn't fly, amongst other things. All this stuff.
Yeah.
Dan,
Tough.
But it hurt my heart last night to see. I mean, Jordan Poyer has obviously lost a step. He was late on that hit to Shakir, which caused that helmet to helmet, which cost him 15 yards. And then you brought up James Cook just boat raced him last night on that run.
Yeah. Rough night for Jordan Poyer. Again, big fan of Jordan Poyer. I think football players, there's not many tougher than Jordan Poyer, and his willingness and what he helped do to help rebuild this team and build a culture and the McDermott way and all of those things. But you know how teams, it was always the Patriots used to get rid of guys 1 year too early rather than 1 year too late.
Yes.
For as much as I like Jordan Poyer, I think it was the right decision. And look right now about the fact of how good the secondary has played since everybody's like, oh, the safeties. Make sure Micah Hyde is on call so that we can do this. DeMar Hamlin is balled out for 2 weeks. 10 tackles again last night. He plays really well.
Look, I don't disagree with you, man. I get that it was the right call. It still hurt my Bills' heart. But you bring up the defense. Kimmy, were you going to say something?
I was just going to say, speaking of the defense, like, is that I mean, they have looked really good. They played really well. But is that something that teams are kind of going to start to figure out here as we move on?
Well, I have a problem. I said, we did our video on Buffalo Plus last night, and I said I want to get the one thing out of the way. I'm very concerned that they can't stop the run. Like this is now 2 games in a row by what I would consider – Dolphins are probably a better running team than the Cardinals, but that they're just getting gashed right up the middle. And so that's part of my problem. But I actually think the back half of their defense is surprisingly better than the front of their defense, which is just I wouldn't have thought. Now, it's nice that Von Miller got another sack and things like that, but I don't know. I think Christian Benford was outstanding last night. Rasul Douglas, Taylor Rapp, like the list goes on. And then obviously you have Jamarcus Ingram with 2 picks, including the gift from Tua for the pick 6.
But all of our older listeners, as I look at Tommy over here, sitting
the face of the older listener.
A nation turns its lonely eyes to your old wrinkly face.
Faces of death.
I mean, older listeners will remember the no-name defense that played in Miami. I mean, Dan, after the injury to Terrell Bernard last night, you got Milano down till at minimum November, possibly longer. Yeah. Teron Johnson goes out last week. The Bills are legitimately a no-name defense. They're starting Balin Spector and Dorian Williams, Jamarcus Ingram, a UB grad who did not record a statistic in the NFL last year, had a pick 6 and interception on national television. It doesn't make logical sense that against a team with that much. Oh, it does. It does.
Yeah, Sean McDermott.
Okay.
Again, everybody. I don't know about you, Pat, but I hear in my mentions every single time a team drives down the field, they DM me that Sean doesn't know how to coach and that he's a poor coach and all this thing and he's not preparing the team and that we got to get rid of him. Last night was a masterclass by Sean McDermott. You're right. The Bills were without their best 3 defensive players in Milano, Taron Johnson, and then Terrell Bernard. And the best part about it is when Balin Spector goes in, Ed Oliver, Mike asked him, and he goes, yeah, all of a sudden I'm in the huddle, and I'm going, that doesn't sound like TB. They had no idea.
Wait, hold on. They didn't know that Bernard, all of a sudden the next play, they look up and it's a different guy calling the defense.
So they gave up the touchdown, and then Ed Oliver said he was just there, and he goes, that doesn't sound like TB. And then they just goes, oh, it's Balin. And then that's it. It's crazy the fact that they have just next man up is just the normal way for the Bills, it seems like, this season. And it's a credit to Sean McDermott and a credit to Bobby Babbage.
And no, look, don't get me wrong, man. Tommy, I am well on record as saying that I think McDermott is a great coach.
You love him.
I love that man. But, I mean, Dan, he can't take you and me and Tommy and Kimmy and turn us into a defensive backfield in the NFL. I mean,
have we tried?
Yeah, you don't know that. You don't know that, Duffy.
I mean, but it's almost like God is looking at him going, oh, we're going to see how good a coach you are.
Don't bring God into this.
Well, no, I'm just saying, the universe, I'm sorry, I am a show that likes to talk about religion every once in a while. Dan, we're not afraid. No, going into the playoffs, you have a guy that was sitting on the couch all season long, come off the couch, start at outside linebacker for you, and you won a playoff game that way. You almost won a playoff game against the Chiefs like that. How have the Bills had such bad defensive injury luck the last 3 seasons?
I have no idea. It has just been one thing after another, as I have successfully passed TSA now while being on the phone with you guys. I think this is pretty impressive.
Attaboy.
Did you go through the X-ray thing with that?
No, not yet. I haven't gotten there yet, but we've checked our 3 bags. We've gone through TSA. Now we're at the baggage drop-off.
Are you calling Catalana a bag?
Damn it, that was good.
Good job, Doug.
Thanks, I'll write that down.
How do they have such bad luck? I don't know. And obviously, I was really hoping that when Terrell Bernard came out of the blue injury tent, that he was kind of holding his left shoulder, but he walked around, and I was like, oh, maybe he'll be good to go. Maybe he bruised his shoulder. Maybe it's a little bit of a stinger. Hopefully, everything's going to be okay. He then immediately walks into the locker room. He was not happy when he walks past the photographers and us on the field. And then when hearing that it's pectoral, that was worst case scenario. That is what Matt Milano had when they were like, oh, hopefully it's just his shoulder, and then they get the pec call. I'm not.
Hey, when I get that pec call.
Pec calling
your pecs.
Dan Fates from 13 Wham, Buffalo Plus, joining us here, running through an airport. It's like the world's worst Hertz commercial. Well, the good news is he's aerodynamic based on the jacket he's wearing.
Hey, wait, guys, I've walked into a problem. At some point, I'm going to have to put my phone down.
Okay, how much time do you think we have? Give me a guesstimation.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. All right, I'll ask you this question. Tua, we all saw what happened last night. Brutal. Awful. We'll let you go on this, Dan. Should Tua be done? Will Tua be done?
Ooh.
What the Dolphins should do is put Tua on the IR right now, which puts him out for 4 weeks. Doesn't end his season, but that way the Dolphins should do him a favor and not evaluate him week by week. They should look at this month by month. We saw what happened 2 years ago when he had the mistake in Miami. They said it was a lower back injury. Then in Cincinnati, he gets concussed, and we all remember his arms, holding up in the air in his hands, all of those things. The Dolphins don't make a rash decision on Tua and his future and all of those things, but make it a month. Don't make this a week-to-week thing, and when will he be back and all those things. That was what I think they should do for him.
All right. Dan Fates from 13 Wham, Buffalo Plus. Hey, Dan, let's say, damn it, I already blew my own joke. Yeah. My favorite thing that I love to do.
Buffalo Plus.
All right, Buffalo Plus. And if I want to find you on social media personally, Dan, where can I get at you?
At Dan Fates. Plenty of good stuff. And also there's finishing on the Tua thing, it was surprising to me, Mike, that Deion Dawkins and Bill's players...
we're not Mike.
See, I was trying to get one more thing in before I go through the TSA. But Deion Dawkins was saying that they were watching the play going, slide, man, please slide. And then he didn't. Like, that
yeah.
I think everybody was kind of rattled by that, but they're all rooting for him, and obviously, hopefully he's speedy recovery and that he'll be okay.
All right, Hot Takes Dan, Chesty, Miami Fates, going through TSA, about to get all X-rayed up, baby.
Anything for you guys.
Dan, great to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Good trip.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, take care. Dan Fates going through security. If I would have known he was in the airport, I wouldn't ask him. I feel bad now.
Well, it sounds like it was Catalana's fault.
Hey, y'all got to talk. Oh, great. Drives away. So...
What's the matter?
I'm getting pictures from people we know of Fates on the phone with us in Miami.
No kidding. Oh, that's hilarious.
Look at that. That's a genuine
that's like
Dan
a
Fates.
break room Dan Fates inception.
So they must have been listening while
in TSA.
And we're everywhere, baby.
Look at that.
We're freaking everywhere. All right, let's take a break.
Okay.
You know when life starts to get real?
When you get married.
Actually, that may not be that far, but we have an actual age.
Oh, okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This is when life stops being fake, starts getting real.
When is that?
It's the real world. It was on MTV. No, I mean that's the question.
All
When
right.
do you start to feel
So
like
it's an actual age.
life is real, and we
All
have
right.
an actual age in front of us? And it's funny because this age was given, on average, around this by every generation still alive in America.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Again, we got tickets to go see the Outlaw Music Festival.
Oh, boy.
Right? Go to the contest page, WCMF.com. Enter for your pair of chance to win a tickets. Go see to win a pair of tickets. Go see Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, John Mellencamp, Darien Lake Amphitheater, September 17th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. All right, so I need an age, a number. Tommy, when does life start to feel real?
So that means like you're kind of aging a little bit.
Life is real.
Like everything's coming together.
Yep.
38.
Okay, that is. You want to take a shot?
Oh, I was gonna guess earlier. Like I would think, once you're done with school and moved on to once
but you
get,
don't know yet.
I think once you get your first real job, full-time job.
So give me a number.
I'm gonna say at least 25.
Okay, Kimmy was closest.
Oh.
27.
Okay.
Oh.
So they asked an even number of Gen Z, Millennials, Gen Xers, and Boomers. And with all the information, almost every generation agreed close to life starts to feel real at 27. You disagree?
I was just using personal experience.
Yeah, no, I mean, some of us mature later than others.
No, I was jackassing.
Yeah, no kidding. Till 38. I'm 38.
I didn't really
I got a teenager.
Yeah. Didn't do that.
It's got to be when you start to realize you can't blame your mistakes on being young anymore.
He's in his 60s. He still does that.
I know. There are some exceptions. But I think 25 is when you're you can't really play dumb anymore. You know enough about the world at this point.
Okay. So
that's when your responsibilities start showing up.
Like
you said, you're married, you got a car payment, you got insurance.
I think you had responsibilities before them, but now you actually care about them maybe at 27.
I think you understand what responsibility really
Yes.
is.
And consequence.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Because to your point, 15, 18, 21, 24, you think you have responsibilities.
Yeah, but you don't know.
You think your life is stressful.
You don't know.
But, I mean, I think this is dead on. At 27, a mistake can change your life forever. Whereas before that, you have time to spin out of it, the ignorance of youth, things like that, right? So in this study, Tommy, they also get into what being an adult means. And the majority of people in the study agreed that being an adult means paying your own bills and being financially independent.
Okay. You don't get to enjoy anything anymore.
That's a good way to put it. What was interesting, however, less than the majority said that living outside of your parents' home made you an adult.
Well, just simply doing that?
Yes.
Just getting out of the house.
I don't know. I think you can still live like an idiot, even if you're not living at home.
No, I think that what I mean by this is there are people that believe you can be an adult, a financially independent adult, and live with your parents.
That's impossible.
I thought you meant
Because
the
more
opposite.
people
Gotcha,
believe that being
gotcha.
financially independent, you get what I'm saying? There's a cross-section,
what
and a
you're
pretty significant cross-section of people who believe you can be both financially independent
And still under your parents' roof.
and live in your parents' house right now.
Because that person may see that as a smart financial decision, and that's part of being an adult.
But you're not
Whether
really
or
an
not
adult because you're not on your own yet. You're still under the blanket of your parents.
But to Kimmy's point, you're making a financial decision to live with your parents.
Because you can't live on your own, or you just want to save money?
Well, that's the question.
I know some people that are in that have done that for both reasons. I do know people that probably could afford an apartment, but because they're saving so much money, they're like, well, I could live in an apartment now and not buy a house for another 10 years, or I could live with my parents for a year or two and then buy a house sooner.
But it's kind of a false reality. You know what I mean? The only reason you can do this is because somebody else is picking up your tab.
Yes.
You're not really independent.
I know what you're saying.
You're not Sam Walton here that lived in the woods for a year and became a billionaire.
I love how old guys love to pull that story out. Wanted to figure out how
Bro, he lived in the woods for a year.
And he built Walmart.
He ate berries and drank water and killed a bear.
There's thousands of men who lived in the woods for a year.
Yeah, but they're all in Arkansas.
No, but I mean, I think this is a difference in a generational idea. Because look, based on how I came up.
Yeah, it was shameful to live with your parents.
And I agree with you. I don't see how you can call yourself financially independent and live with your parents. But at the same time, we may be at a point now where if you don't spend time living with your parents at 24, 25, 26, 27, you may never be able to achieve buying a home, which is the true definition, at least traditionally in America, of financial independence, which is funny, too, because you're also tethered to a bank for 30 years.
Yes.
It's the opposite of financial independence when you think about it.
Yeah, it's slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, it's
financial slavery.
We're a little too far in the slavery thing. Right? Like, I mean, Kimmy.
Yeah.
I think the funniest thing about this study, with the idea that, life starts to feel real at 27, what the definition of an adult is, you're far freer renting an apartment or living with your parents than you are by living the definition of freedom owning a home.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, to your point, your responsibility is every little thing that goes wrong in that place.
You.
Yeah.
But you don't really know it until you get into it.
You gotta, yeah.
But what's funny is, like, the people that know it, and look, I get it.
Well, but you do have that feeling of owning something.
But you don't really own it because the bank owns it until 30 years
Well, I
from
know
when
what you're
you
saying,
buy
but I
it.
guess it's different than paying somebody who owns it.
Okay,
right?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Like, if I have an apartment and I can't afford rent that month and they throw me out, I can just go get another apartment when I'm back on my feet.
If you're lucky.
If I own a house and I default on my mortgage,
Yeah.
You're stuck.
Right.
For a long time.
The risk is much higher.
I mean, there's lots of people listening right now who either had their families or they themselves went through the crisis in 2008. And what a nightmare it is when you default on a house, trying to clean up everything financially, if you even have had the ability to do that since it happened, 15 years ago.
And plus all the maintenance you got to do to a house. Just the general crap you got to do.
So then why do we keep encouraging people to buy houses?
Because you're going to buy a house. It's my father's generation. It was brainwashing.
No, I get it. But you keep saying my father's generation, but you also believe that.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
It's brainwashing.
Okay.
No, but like I would love to not have the responsibility of owning a house. What?
You would, yeah. No, Dude, I'm
Isn't
sorry.
that kind of how you feel?
Did you just buy a new house, or?
Yeah, I didn't tell you.
No.
Yeah, bought in.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Bought in.
What did you bring home?
Bought
Groceries?
the mulch the other day.
To your wife's house. You
I did some weeding and stuff like that.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, this new study that pops up says that life starts to feel real, according to Gen Z, Millennials, Xers, and Boomers at 27. And what's surprising is very rarely do all of these generations agree on something. They all pretty much agreed life starts at 27.
I also wonder if your perspective on that changes, because 27's a little early, but at some point you also start to deal with your body, like health issues and things.
Look at you two.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but you both had health issues.
I mean,
in
think
your 30s.
about, like, I feel like, a lot of the way even just having a simple hangover changes for you. Like it starts to sink in that, like, my body's aging. I can't do what I used to do anymore.
But even that's kind of like a false flag situation because you think your body is. Look, you're right.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that's when you first come to the realization, like, youth isn't forever.
Okay. All
Your
right.
ass is old.
Why are you smiling when you say that?
It's fun to watch.
Is it fun to watch? Yeah.
Great to
Guess what? You're not going to see all of it.
You got Shingle Girl and Heart Boy.
Worst superhero team ever. Shingle Girl and Heart Boy. 252 WCMF. So the question earlier was, can you be financially independent and live at your parents' house at the same time? Because there's a pretty significant number, and it sounds like younger people who believe that. If I asked you where Rammer came down on this, what would you think?
He comes down on the side of America. An America we all dream of. A little hill, a shining...
A little hill with a beacon.
Yes. Whatever Reagan said.
There's a Chick-fil-A beacon, hill, etc.
Yeah. I'm going to say Rammer's going to be on the side of get your ass out of that house.
Well, let's find out. Rammer, you're on CMF, buddy. What's going on?
So there is absolutely no problem being financially independent and living in your parents' house.
Curveball, bitch!
Hold on.
As long as, hang on,
There's
as long as you're paying your parents' bills for the house.
Well, when you say paying
the
bills,
you ain't getting a leg up.
Well, no, hold on. There are situations I've seen where, like, hey, yeah, you can live here, but look, I'm going to need a little bit for the streaming.
Rent.
I'm going to, well, not so much rent, but help me out with the utilities and things like that.
No, I'm saying that they don't have to even request that you do that. You just do it without even being asked. So
you step up.
So I grew up a single parent family. My mother and I, basically an only child, and in my 20s. I had gone in and out of renting my own place and then, living back at home. But any time that I lived at home, I was paying for the bills, the property taxes, the utilities, putting food in the fridge. I mean, and I had money because I had a good job. I worked and was making decent money, as a Kodak employee. It wasn't like I couldn't support myself. It was a choice because it was kind of better for both my mother and I. Okay. So at that point now, I mean, you and Tommy both kind of married money. You being married to a doctor.
What the hell, man? We're just sitting here.
You're sort of living with your kids' parents at their expense. I mean, so and you also consider yourself financially independent because you can go out and spend money to go to Bills games and buy goofy hats and goofy socks. I mean, so how are you different from the 20-something-year-old kid that's got money to spend that's helping out with the Bills with his parents out?
No, look,
I'll tell you the difference. Gray pubic hair.
Wait, you still got pubic hair, Tommy?
I got 3.
This conversation needs to end at pubic hair.
Let's cut it off at pubic hair. I will finish with this.
What?
Bones writes us on Twitter.
What's Bones?
And, well, a guy named Bones. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Bones says it's unrealistic to expect the younger generations to be all getting a job that can afford modern rent. The future is staying with your parents until you're 30.
Oh, my God. What a sentence.
But think about this, man. What's interesting about that is, my age, that was feasible because my parents had me when they were in their early 20s. Like it was, the oldest kid was out by 25, latest,
right?
Most of the time. Now we're seeing that people are having babies later, late 20s, early 30s. If I'm staying with my parents until I'm 30, they could be in their early to mid 60s.
So man, that sucks. Like you're in your 60s, you're retired, and you don't even have any privacy.
Yeah.
Like you can't even feel each other up in the kitchen.
My dad wasn't even 50 when I graduated high school.
Yeah.
I'm going to be, when my oldest graduates high school, I will be 42 years old.
Well, your father was filling up women in other kitchens.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing Monday next to the break room on CMF. But It's going to be a robbery.
Adio Friday post-game robbery.
Yeah, post-game Friday. Man, what a great weekend. There's nothing. Okay, so here's this might be the best Bills win of the last however many years.
Why is that?
Okay, first of all, short week road win on a Thursday night is big time. Beating the Dolphins, mwah.
Yeah.
The fact that they did what they did, us not knowing about that team, makes it even better. But more importantly, most Bills fans, not you, get that great feeling, Kimmy, all week long after they get a win.
Yeah.
No pressure.
Yeah. So not only
long week.
Exactly. Like normally just a Thursday, putting that in the bank is great because we get football all weekend. We get next Thursday. Bills don't play again until a week from Monday.
So Monday Night Football.
Yep.
Doesn't it feel weird though going 2 weekends without the Bills? It's a weird feeling. Like I guess you don't have as much stress, but it is something I usually look forward to on Sundays.
As a man whose children have sporting events all next weekend,
okay.
Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome. All right, we got to get out of the way. For Kimmy,
Yep.
who says, "How dare you tell me what stresses me out?" After she says,
Yep.
I get stressed by not having things to do.
I didn't mean it like that.
When I heard it come out of my mouth, I knew how it
hate you.
sounded. What did I see? You're getting stressed out for no reason. For Tommy Muley,
Yeah, buddy.
when'd you go to bed last night?
Halftime.
He's not kidding.
You went to bed at halftime?
Yeah, because I could watch the.
How? Like I'm jealous of your ability to not be invested.
No, but I found out the NFL Network rebroadcast the games.
Wow.
I always
all night
wonder when
long.
I see that who this is for.
It's
and
me.
now I know.
So I got up at around 2:30, and I caught the fourth quarter, basically.
I always thought that was for like the Philippines.
Me in the Philippines.
My name is Pat Duffy. We will see you tomorrow morning in the break room at 6 a.m. Or excuse me, Monday morning. I need to sleep. But go to sleep now. CMF.